for Ben Compton now, is it? So it's Ben Compton, and Daniel Bell-Drummond has once again been spared by London Spirit to come and released as if he's an animal into the wild.
Ringers.
Yeah, I see, right.
Kent bringing ringers in.
Shocking tactics from the home side. So it will be Patterson then to bowl from this pavilion end, to bowl to Compton, who just, the former Notts man, of course, just drops that, gently runs up to mid-off. Liam Patterson-White with the fielding, and there's no run.
Yep, former Notts man. Was he cousin of Nick? Great grandson or grandson of Dennis, wasn't it? Can't remember. Grandson of Dennis, wasn't he? Moved to Kent winter before last. Had a great start to life down here with a flurry of centuries last year. There's even talk of him perhaps getting a nod for England. I think that was all before the Bazball era.
I think, yeah, indeed so. That's some bowls too. To Compton, it's checked back past the bowler for a single up to mid-on. And they take a single run. Hasib Hamid with the fielding running through the two sides of the second. Davis leaping off, as he will be. The knees are getting a lot of exercise today as he goes off to do his updates at the top and bottom of the hour, as we will with BBC Radio Kent. So we'll be one along in a minute for our mid-morning programme, only through the two sides. So Kent with Ben Compton and Daniel Bell-Drummond opening, to be followed. Dane Patterson comes in now, and it's Daniel Bell-Drummond. You can hear a very clear no from the Kent opener. So Compton and Bell-Drummond leaning Blake Finch, the wicket-keeper, Jaden Denley, Baisley, Stewart, Kadri, Gilchrist and Parkinson. And for Nottinghamshire, Ben Slater, who did a bit of damage against Kent up at Trent Bridge in the championship game. Ben Martindale, it's James, Hamid, Montgomery, Patterson-White, Shardendorf. As Patterson bowls, it just loops up off maybe off the glove there on the thigh pad into the onside, just back of a length from Patterson. Bell-Drummond had to work it through the vacant square leg area, but couldn't get any purchase on it. So Slater, Martindale, James, Hamid, Montgomery, Patterson-White, Shardendorf, Harrison, Loughton, Patterson and King. The Outlaws in their green strip with the white hoops on the front of the shirt. The white yellow hoops on the front of the shirt and yellow stripe down the trousers. Oh, it's a great delivery from Patterson, just outside the off stump. Bell-Drummond's got inside that. He rehearses the defensive shot through to the wicket-keeper, but looked like a play and a miss to me. 1 for none. It's a decent start from Patterson here. Kent's livery is ostensibly light blue shirt with dark blue trousers. It's sort of light blue and darker blue swirls on the Spitfire kit. Patterson, number 2 on his back, bowls to Bell-Drummond, drops on that. It's just a stifled appeal from the bowler. I think there's an inside edge onto the pads there as he tried to defend that end of the over, and it's 1 for none. Dave was talking how sweltering it is. I think it's easy, dare I say, to be deceived by this commentary box, because, as we've said many times before, and I don't want to bore our regular patrons with it, but it is like a greenhouse here the first couple of hours. So we're ripening like tomatoes, but outside, probably early 20s and a little bit of a breeze going across the ground, which will be very pleasant indeed for the fans outside. A good crowd already here at Canterbury. Once again, One Day Cup cricket popular with county cricket fans, and 2 slips in. It's going to be Lyndon James from the far end coming round the wicket to Ben Compton. The 2 slips in. Matt Montgomery at 1 and Calvin Harrison at 2 alongside Dane Shardendorf. Compton taking a while to settle, and why not, looking around this surface. The pitch is more or less in the centre of the playing surface here at Canterbury as James bowls to him. We're right behind Ben Compton. He's right behind that one, straight back at the bowler. Doesn't seem to be any great pace in the pitch, maybe not that much carry at Canterbury. Just do a scene setter, as they call it, On the radio now for BBC Radio Kent mid-morning listeners with Steve Labner on BBC Radio Kent. 1 for none. James comes round the wicket to Compton. Defends that, no run. Good morning, Steve. Yeah, warm with a slight breeze here. Fantastic for the crowd that's coming in to watch Kent against Nottinghamshire in the One Day Cup. Kent, the defending champions, of course. If they win this one and one of their other 2 last 3 games, they'll probably qualify for the knockout stages. So their aim is to knock off those wins as soon as possible. Nottinghamshire will need 2 wins from their last 2 and a minor miracle, I think, mathematically to get through. So they definitely want to win here today as well. Kent Wake 1 change from the team that won against Middlesex, and that is Nathan Gilchrist, the fast bowler, coming in for Jazz Singh into the 11. The Spitfires have won the toss and elected to bat first. It's a circumspect start here, all very gentle in the opening overs. We're about 9 balls in. The Spitfires 1 for none. Ben Compton and Daniel Bell-Drummond opening for Kent. Commentary continuing now via the BBC Sport website and app.
Magnificent from Matt Cole. There's Lyndon James from the far end, bowls to Compton, drives it back straight down the ground. I think Lyndon James got a little piece on it, which has prevented it from going for a boundary, but there will be a couple of runs. Nice looking shot from Ben Compton, takes him on to 3. The Spitfires 3 with Outlaws on a gloriously sunny day in the southeast. Came down very late on Tuesday night after the match finished late-ish at Radlett, and by the time I got away and endured the London traffic, as James round the wicket again to Compton, pushes it back again straight and again past the bowler, and a misfield by Tom Loughton at mid-off, and they take a single. Well, that should have been stopped, and not so little sloppy there with Compton moving on to 4 and Kent Spitfires 4 with Outlaws. Found myself going around the M25 and, curiously enough, twiddling my knobs, as they say, on the old DAB. Managed to pick up BBC Radio Kent, and there was, I don't know, there's some fella screeching out a bit of football there at Gander Green Lane. Don't know who that might be.
Yeah, I think.
Next delivery is just punched into the offside by DBD and fielded by Ben Slater. Seem to have missed a run off, don't they? I think it's 4 with Outlaws.
Yeah, Compton got a single. I think they've gone for a dot. Perhaps they put the dot in the scorebook before the misfield. Yeah, they're going back and doing that. So it's 4 for none now, with all 4 to Compton. Yes, indeed, that was me. Or was that soldier at Gander Green Lane? A 1-0 win for Gillingham.
I was going to pop in and say hello if I'd got there in time, but it was about 15 miles away when you were just saying, and we kicked off here. And there was an early goal as well, so
it was indeed, yeah.
Not blow it.
So Patterson to bowl to Compton. Just drops on that again into the offside. Fielded by Ben Slater, and there's no run. Saying Slater did some significant damage to the Kent bowling, obviously in the championship game at Trent Bridge. But,
I'll believe you. I'll believe you. Let's get.
Did he not?
Oh, that was the game. He got a century.
He got a ton, yeah. Sorry, yeah.
At 87, yeah. Just I don't know. I've slept a time or 2 since then.
You're reassuring me there, as my recall of events past yesterday is pretty small. The ball into the offside again. Similar shot from Compton, just a deflection more than anything along the ground. There's no run.
No, he had an in-out sort of game. He scored 100 in the first innings and 87 in the second. Yeah, an in-out sort of game. That was one that perhaps Kent and their supporters will want to quickly forget, because there was players being shipped in from here, there and everywhere, specifically Surrey and Hampshire, weren't there? There was Ben Geddes from Surrey making his debut at the top of the order with Toby Albert from Hampshire.
I think so, yeah. 10 players out for that one. Patterson round the wicket to Compton, changing the angle of attack, just straight back at the bowler once again. Compton playing this anchor innings, which has worked very well for Kent, certainly in the competition last year. Already has a century this season as well in concert with Joey Everson up at Yorkshire. Am I allowed to say Joey Everson? Is that going to give shivers to Nottinghamshire supporters? I don't know. I know. I completely understand that when young players leave any club, it leaves sometimes a bitter taste in the mouth, doesn't it? Because you want them to come through and play a part for your team. Compton drops on that one on the offside, straight back at the bowl, and there's no run, 4 for none.
You can mention Joey as many times as you want, because we're very fond of Joey back in Nottinghamshire, and indeed Ben Compton. But what we don't want you to do is then have them for a year or two and then send them on their way. I mean, what have you done with Matt Milne? Lovely Matt Milne down here, and everybody wished him well, and he's gone to the Yorkies. You can't do that. You can't do that to us. You can't take the Nottinghamshire players and then ship them off to the White Rose.
Inside the circle for a single into the offside.
The problem with all this is that T has just said, why isn't the stream working, Dave? It's gone AWOL. So we are.
Our audio stream or the video stream?
Well, I would imagine T would be sat on his couch with a cup of Darjeeling.
Yeah, I don't know.
And watching the pictures.
Oh, okay. Well, as I've said many times before, and it bears repeating, if I was in charge of the pictures, it would never happen. So, not our remit in that respect. I'm sure the club are working as hard as they can to get them working, as this one's deflected by Daniel Drummond down to third. Man just opens the face of the bat, and they go on to 10 for none then. Consecutive singles here.
I would also say exactly the same. If I was in charge, the stream wouldn't be working. It certainly wouldn't.
Definitely the audio is working. I will check the video stream.
10 without loss. It might be UT.
I think they are attempting to bring it to you in 4K today, if that means anything to anyone.
It's back. It's back.
Yeah,
T says it's back.
Oh, there we go.
It's back.
Well, in that case, it was definitely us that made it happen. A swing and a miss from Compton, a rare, certainly in the early stages of his innings, play outside the off stump, trying to cut that away. And Patterson, he's got the 2 deliveries so far to beat the batters in this opening 5 overs. And that's another one from Compton, just fooling him outside, perhaps keeping its line through to the wicketkeeper, no run.
Yes, for future reference, nothing to do with Matt or myself. We'll put that disclaimer on.
Once more to Compton on leg and middle stump, just nudged into the onside. Hasib Hamid flies round the field at a wideish mid-off, but they're safe. And mid-on, I should say, to the left-hander. One more to the total, 11 for none in the 5th.
Yeah, I'm at Brace Cricket as well, if you want to get in touch on the old Twittery thing, as T did there. Lovely to hear from you all this morning. Yes, I think T's wondering how phonetically I'd spell Darjeeling, but as it said, I think. Next one is driven away.
Yeah, just into the offside. They'll take a single end of the over, so 4 singles are off it at 12 for none. Fielding at point. And Spitfires from 5 overs here. Still is a slowish start, but seems to be the way they're playing their cricket now, building from early on. They had 2 shellackings, batting second and crumbling under scoreboard pressure. The 2 victories that have ensued since then against Surrey and Middlesex have been batting first. So, we coming through in 2? There we go. Apologies, listeners. I think you're hearing 2 of me. One's quite enough. End of the over. 12 for none.
Lyndon James in bowls. Bell Drummond, right-hander, of course, gets forward out of his crease, drops it on the leg side. There is Sammy King, his first involvement, standing fairly close to the square leg umpire. Mansour Qureshi, don't know if we've got an awful lot in it is, isn't it? Mansour Qureshi's at square leg. Paul Pollard, the standing umpire. LBW shout, always looked as if it was going to be drifting down. Certainly nothing doing.
He will play across the front pad. Daniel Bell Drummond, that's quite a customary shot for him. Very quick hands through the ball, but does make him a candidate, obviously, if the bowler's doing something out there.
Knots haven't been here since 2013, Matt, and there's an awful lot changed since then.
Of course, it would have done the redevelopment here, I suppose.
Large playing area. Lyndon James bowls, clipped away. He's taken the aerial route down to long leg, but that's well fielded by Dane Patterson. They're going to get 2 runs, but that's really good work by the South African. He's got the white floppy sun hat on, and he did a bit of a pirouette to stop the ball by the boundary rope, preventing it going from the blade of Bell Drummond for 4. Saved 2 runs, didn't lose his floppy sun hat in the process, and got a good return in. Really good work, yes. Certainly didn't have those luxury developments away to our left last time I came. Another one is helped away down to Patterson, this time for a single. The ground famous, of course, for back in the day, the old lime tree, and just getting a little bit of a run through on the son or grandson of the lime tree, the sapling that was taken, and
it's looking good. Yeah. Good fettle at the moment, if that's the description you can. Is it horses in fine fettle? I have no idea, but in full leaf.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes, the old one, of course, was inside the boundary rope. This one just outside. Lyndon James to Compton, who has not seen sight of the ball for a while, and doesn't then as it goes past the keeper. Compton has 7, Bell Drummond 9, Kent 16 with Outlaws. Rest of the batting lineup: Jack Leaning, the skipper, scheduled to come in next. Alex Blake, the hard-hitting left-hander. Harry Finch, wicket-keeper batter. Jaden Denley, who we'll be seeing for the first time. The Australian James Baisley. I don't think I've seen him before either. Next ball is punched away safely by Compton. That's the end of the over. 16 without loss after 6 overs. 3 from Dane Patterson and 3 now from Lyndon James. Just to complete the Kent lineup: Grant Stewart, Italian international, Forza Italia, Hamidullah Kadri, Nathan Gilchrist, and Matt Parkinson, who is coming to Kent, isn't he, permanently? Yes. But I think at the moment, is it still technically on loan? It
is, yeah. They're trolled. He's certainly trying to make it happen. Kent's trying to make it happen. He'll be available for 2 of the 3 county championship games as well. Lancashire, I doubt he'll be able to play against his old side, even if they were allowed to happen. So yes, technically on loan, as you say, at the moment. Quick ball from Patterson, spearing it at the Danny Bell Drummond's pads. He's done well to be equal to that, and has opened the face down to 3rd man, run it all the way along the ground. Single taken, 16 for none.
So Notts might see him again rather shortly. They're down here 10th to the 13th. They don't play the first week of September. I don't think Kent do either, do they? They both missed that round. So the next county championship match for both these sides will be here in about 3 weeks' time?
Yeah, because they're so exhausted playing all this cricket in August that they have to take a week off. So because it's a poor time of year to be playing cricket, let's face it, in the sunshine. That's the ball's pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. 16 for none. The vagaries of the cricket calendar. We could wax lyrical, and I shouldn't.
We could.
So it's been done.
And we have.
It's probably already done once or twice this season.
Yes.
But yes, the club saying, yep, pictures back on. Apologies for any dropouts with the live stream, but it should be looking streamlined and beautiful. Now, they don't say that. I'm just adding marketing blurb for anyone who wants it. 16 for none. As Patterson comes around the wicket to the left-handed Compton. He's beaten each batter once so far in his 3.5 overs. That one straight back at him, and there's no run. But Yeah, Kent, rather than blazing in the power play, the victories they've had have been a more gradual process, if you like, building a platform.
Yeah.
It's a long time, 50 overs. Well, it's a long time in terms of a day, isn't it? That you have time to play.
It's close to 300 balls, isn't it?
It is very much like that. Yeah, they might even get that each if we... here's a shorter ball. Compton crashes that away through the onside. Pulls it away, chest high. Did a fielder get a touch of that, actually? Just out of my sight with a pillar there, but didn't go quite as quickly as I'd expected. It's gone for 4, though.
And Sammy King could have done himself a mischief there. He chased after it, and the ball was always going to win that race. It was the hare with the greyhound chasing after it, never going to stop the ball. But he gave it his all, went over the boundary rope, still at full tilt, realised there was an advertising board, then hurdled the advertising board. It's a good job there's a little gap between the spectators, or he'd have landed on somebody's knee. Glad to land on somebody's knee, is young Sammy.
So 4 for Compton, his first boundary, 20 for none Spitfires. A little nudge up to mid-on from a good length delivery from Patterson. Yeah, just pushing that one short. It felt like an experiment as much as anything else. Got good control of this ball to start. But Compton taking it on, which might encourage them.
10 wickets in this competition so far, Dane Patterson. Obviously Notts didn't get on against Yorkshire and he didn't play against Surrey, but he's had 2 4-wicket hauls.
Comes in for the last ball of the 9th over, and this one's just gently guided through the offside. Good shot from Ben Compton all the way along the ground, much safer that one, and the comeback for in the end a comfortable 2. They're not going to risk 1 for the throw. End of the over at 22 for none. So if you're looking at the Manhattan, that's one of the more expensive overs of the piece so far. 7 gone, 22 for none, Kent. 43 remaining, of course, here.
Yeah, they're both nicely timing the ball now. Compton on 12. We're looking, I'm sure, for him to, well, both of them to bat deep into the innings, just keep the board ticking over, and plenty of firepower to come in that middle order. Ideally, you want to get into the last 10 overs there with 5, 6 or 7 wickets in hand and somebody nicely set. Really put a good score on the board as Lyndon James bowls. It's a delivery that's just seaming into the right-handed Bell Drummond, and he helps it on its way again out to Sammy King, who's fielding with those white elasticated supports on his arms. They're doing plenty of diving about, as well as diving into the crowd, which he nearly did in the last over. 23 without loss.
So no Brett Hutton for this one?
No, it's just purely the fact he's played every championship game, he's played every game in this competition, and we're going to need him for the remaining championship game, so well-deserved rest. As Lyndon James in to Compton, pushes this one up to Loughton at mid-off, and there's no run on this occasion. So Notts will have the 3 seamers, the pair that we've seen at the moment. Dane Patterson, the South African, Lyndon James, the all-rounder, and Tom Loughton, who they signed from Yorkshire in the close season, and spin options: Liam Patterson-White, the left-arm spinner; Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner; Matthew Montgomery, if needed, a bit of right-arm off-spin. Lyndon James has gone to ground here, the bowler. He's released it, and a little bit like Mark Wood, we see him doing it on international duty. He's gone tumbling over. He's got up in bits and pieces, hobbling a little bit. He'll be okay. He's a young man and he's tough. And it's 24 without loss. They took a single. He has actually done himself a bit of a mischief, hasn't he? He's fallen down, and that surface absolutely bone hard. It's like concrete out there. Time for me just to nip and do a quick update. I'll be back with Matt in a moment.
Thank you very much, Dave Bracegirdle and Matt Cole with you at the moment. We will be joined by Ben Watts in the fullness of time as well. when he's got through doing some proper work. 24 for none. James to Belldrummond. That's a fantastic shot by Belldrummond over the bowler's head, and that has gone 4-4. Such quick hands, picking it off stump, and foolish, but whipped up in the air and away by Belldrummond with such force. Hits the ball very hard, and it goes for 4. The Spitfires on to 28 for none. So second boundary of the piece for Belldrummond. Nicely played indeed. Kent, as James bowls to Daniel Belldrummond, deflects that backward a square for a single. So released by London Spirit with 100 to play for Kent. Yeah, advancing down the pitch, that previous ball from James to smash it over his head. Beautiful shot. Tawanda Miyeye, not released by the Oval Invincibles. He's played for them. There are other provisos around the release of players from the 100 back to the counties. The first year it's actually been possible. This one's a glance. Is it past the wicket keeper? No, it's come off the pad indeed. It'll be 4 leg byes. So Compton shaped to glance that away, but it's come off the pad 4-4. So I've got a chapter and verse on this one, I think, on Tawanda. Players only eligible for release if their 100 team has played at least 2 matches in the 100 and the respective player has not been named in the starting 11 for the 100 team's last 2 matches. Well, that will be the case with Tawanda Miyeye, so not available for this one. 33 for none then. So Patterson takes up the ball from this pavilion end. So little punch into the onside by Daniel Belldrummond off a good length delivery, finds the man at wide mid-on, and they come through for one more. 34 for none. So Kent just starting to accelerate a little bit. 10 off the last over, but previous over, but 4 of those leg byes, of course. It's a beautiful day here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Every chance it's going to stay the same. Patterson bowling to Compton, flicked off his pads, using the bowler's pace against him. They'll come back for a 2 down towards the backward square leg boundary. Email from Will. Do get in touch. We'd love to hear what you're doing. I'm just pretty nosy, to be honest. KentCricket@gmail.com. Tell us how this commentary finds you, whether on the with the live pictures or the audio. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners right now, with Steve Ladner's programme. Making decent progress, Steve, as well. Just a slight acceleration from the Spitfires now. They're still in the power play, so only 2 fielders allowed outside the fielding circle, the inner ring, as we call it in the first 10 overs. It's 8.5 overs gone. The Spitfires 38 for none, having won the toss and elected to bat first. Ben Compton has 17. Daniel Belldrummond has 17. A wonderful synchronicity about that. Belldrummond in the previous over from Lyndon James had a fantastic 4 over the bowler's head, advancing down the pitch, imperiously smashing it to the boundary at the Nackington Road end. So the Spitfires have won the toss, elected to bat first in the sunshine here at Canterbury, doing okay. 38 for none off 8.5 overs. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. This one, a leg glance down to fine leg. Well, that would make sense. 39 for none. 6 off the overs so far. And Patterson going back to his mark. So each bowler has bowled 4. Patterson into his 5th now. None for 17 from James so far. None for 18 from Patterson, but with that 1 maiden as well. Goes back from bringing the news to Outlaws fans on BBC Radio Nottingham. I'm going to ask you what you said in a second, Dave. Full disclosure. Outside the off stump, that's cut away by Drummond. He takes the bottom hand off, but hands through it so quickly, timing so deft that that's gone scorching away at backward point, and that's 4 runs.
Yes, I was asked if this was a must-win game, and made a reference to the fact that really Notts are in a position where there will be mathematicians out there who can find a way that Notts could qualify for the top 3, but looks very, very difficult. Obviously, depending on who you were supporting, you'd either cheer him to the rafters or boo him for his sheer cheek. But that was clearly one that was meant to come out the back of the hand and did.
Very much did. Looped up near the stumps at the bowler's end, though. Has to be said. This is Patterson running away from us then. The final slip has been taken out now as Kent try and attack. Good delivery, that one in the end, in the block hole, and dealt with by Drummond, defending it straight back at the bowler. End of the over, 43 for none from 9. The Spitfires here against the Outlaws.
Yeah, just wonder if Dane's finished now. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 22 would make a little bit of sense. I think it's a hot old day. Probably going to need him a little later on, especially if Kent do find themselves having a good day with the bat and looking to make hay in the latter stages. Might need to bring Dane back maybe for a 3 in the middle of the innings and then save 2 for the end. Maximum of 10 overs, of course, per bowler. So we've had 9 overs. Lyndon James to bowl the 10th, and then I would expect there to be a change and introduction of Tom Loughton certainly from one end and maybe Liam Patterson-White at the other. Here is Lyndon James into the left-handed Compton, and he's had a bit of a kitchen sinker at that one, thrown everything at that wide of the off stump and doesn't get anything on it. You just think somebody's out there, they've played themselves in, they're seeing it nicely, seeing it as big as a football, and they have an almighty heave at one and don't get anything on it. And you think, how can that be? But just a little bit of movement from Lyndon James and a little bit of bounce as well. Just shaking off his knock in the last over when he went tumbling over. Comes in past umpire Pollard and bowls a full pitch delivery on the stumps, which Compton does well to keep out and inspects the bottom of his bat.
Just have some scores from around the country in a couple of moments. Will's been in touch on the email as well. kentcricket@gmail.com. It's my appeal just for people to tell me what they're doing, because I'm just that bit nosier than a normal human being.
Here's Lyndon James. Bowls. This one's just run with an open face down to Patterson at 3rd, 44 without loss. Good this from Kent. Compton has 19, Drummond has 21. What have you got? Is it a long one?
Well, it's
succinct
from Will. Listening to cricket today from sunny Sandwich, he says. That'll be beautiful today as well, I'm sure. Working hard brewing beer for lots of people to enjoy. Working to prepare for a beer festival at our brewery this weekend. And we're your soundtrack to the summer. Well, that's crikey. That is a compliment indeed, Will. Glad you're enjoying it.
Lyndon James bowls. Drummond steers it, not with as much pace or timing as he'd have hoped, by Drummond to backward point. That's young Ben Martindale doing the fielding.
James Baisley was playing for Sandwich earlier in the season, the Kent Premier League. Grant Stewart, that's his elective club as well. He was, I won't say spotted playing for Sandwich, but certainly played for them before he came to Kent as well. Everyone's favourite Italian Australian from Sandwich, of course.
Lyndon James bowls. This is nicely run. by Bell Drummond. That's what he was trying to do from the previous delivery. Works it down to LPW for a single, 45 with Outlaws. Aeroplane going over low, couldn't see it. Sounded like a Spitfire. Doubt it was, but you never know. You live in hope. There's a few about. You can often see them.
Yeah, it's possible from, I think the nearest airfield here is Headcorn, which isn't very far away, and they do buzz us occasionally. It's a beautiful sight.
Beacon Hill still open?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Linda James bowls. Compton drives it up to mid-off. There's no run, so we're getting down towards the last knockings of the power play. In fact, that's it. That's the end of the 10th over. So Kent Spitfires, who won the toss, are 45 with Outlaws. Got their openers still there, playing nicely. Ben Compton on 19. Daniel Bell Drummond has 22. Dane Patterson's not making any sign of advancing in towards the umpire to hand over his floppy son at this time, so I think we are going to get a bowling change, and we're going to get a bit of leg spin with Calvin Harrison coming into the attack, so that's going to change the whole dynamic of the day. Nice and early, a leggy on, but a leggy on as well once the openers are still at the crease, so this will be interesting. A helmet's been called for Schardendorf, of course, and a Seba Mead, like a member of the Carabinieri, stood in Rome with all the traffic going here, there and everywhere. He's waving his arms about and instructing people to go in different directions. This could be a little bit of fun early on.
I'll be 45 for none. Andrew's been in touch. I was going to say from Japan normally, but Andrew is in the county of Kent. He's taking full credit for Kent's improvement in form since he arrived back in England. Coinciding, he says, my return to Planet Thanet. There we go. Hoping for another win today. Great to hear from you, Andrew. You get to watch cricket when it's the right time for cricket. Is that fair to say, with the time difference at Japan? So, Harrison cut away deftly by Bell Drummond, and that will be 4 runs. No chance the man at third inside the circle to get that one, and he's bypassed him. And good start for Kent on the spin.
Sometimes you get an indication of how a spell's going to go, don't you, from the very start. Sometimes the bowler will come on and get a wicket first ball, or a nice tidy aggressive attacking maiden, and sometimes first ball is just cut away for 4, and it is a prelude to what becomes a pretty tough afternoon for the bowlers.
31 on his Outlaw shirt, and that one is just dabbed outside the off stump by Bell Drum. Much finer this one. The man at third does stop that one. 50 up for the Spitfires. 10.2 overs. As you've probably worked out, as we said, it was the end of the power play, and 2 deliveries have come since, but I thought I'd state the bleeding obvious. It's part of my job. So is change in the field because Compton comes to the strike, so left and right combination. But Andrew on Twitter and Will on emails, great to hear from you this morning. Thank you very much. Said I was going to go through 1 or 2 of the other scores, but I've just been go through a bit quickly sometimes for that. Little paddle by Ben Compton, or a reverse, but an orthodox one. It'll sweep down to fine leg. And that's a single. He farms there. So 4-1-1 off to start the over. So in this group, Surrey are 36 for 2 against Lancashire in the 9th over at Guildford. That's Harrison bowls to Bell Drummond, full length delivery. He waits for that. And that one is just into the offside. Played into the offside for a single. Fielded at extra cover. Also in this group, Hampshire are 33 for 1 against Yorkshire at York in the 9th over there. And in Group B, Durham 33 for 1 at Gosforth. Into that ground. Reverse this time from Ben Compton. Sweet. It's just a single stylish shot, but fielded on the boundary 53 for none.
Yeah, I think it's South Northumberland Cricket Club,
Yeah.
it's called. Our good friend Mr. Emerson will often wax lyrical about it. He'll be there today.
So 8 off the over so far. The first one from Calvin Harrison with the spin. This one's turned against the spin into the onside by Daniel Bell Drummond. Square of the wicket. Hasib Hamid gets underway quickly off the mark. Off his marks rather, to field at square leg, round from mid-wicket, end of the over. The Spitfires 54 for none then from 11 here. So the run rate is, I'm sure, the worm, the graph will be for Kent supporters an encouraging upward trajectory.
Ben Slater's just having a little comfort break. He's leaving the field, and the young spinner Fateh Singh is going out there to replace him as 12th man. We've got a bowling change from the far end, the Nackington Road end. It is going to be Tom Loughton, and I'm afraid I've done his run up to death, so we'll let Matt have a little look at the run up of Tom Loughton, and maybe he can find different ways to describe it than I've used over the last 6 matches. But
I love a quirky run up.
Well, then you're going to be in your element.
Excellent.
Right now. Tom Loughton, the close season signing from Yorkshire, going to be starting the 12th over.
Oh yeah.
Bowling to Daniel Bell Drummond. Comes in, tall man, right arm, medium pace, down the leg side, and he begins with a wide.
It's a bit of
Have another look.
Now, at the start, it's a sort of hobby horse thing there, isn't it? If you imagine the Knights of the Round Table from Monty Python and the Holy Grail, or, well, any hobby horse. I don't suppose children play with them anymore, I don't know, but there we are. So it's a sort of couple of little half gallops, would you say?
Have another look.
And then a skip. Here he goes. Yeah, and then a third skip, a couple of strides in.
Ball's now worked onto the leg side by DBD. There's no run. For all that,
Like that.
everything is working nicely at the point of delivery. They're very impressed with him. The bowling coach Kevin Shine very much enjoyed working with him. They think there's definitely something there. And I said the other day, Kevin James did one of the games with us when we played Hampshire, and he knows a fair deal about medium fast bowling, and he likes what he sees as DBD can't get this away. So apart from the first delivery, which drifted down the leg side, is kept Daniel Bell Drummond nice and honest with the next couple of deliveries.
So it looks like actually 3 little skips, then a couple of strides, then a bigger skip, and then he's on to into his stride. Is that about right?
I would say in a school playground these days, the girls are out there with the boys playing football, understandably, but when I were a lad, all the girls played hopscotch. Do you remember hopscotch?
I'm sorry, I'm obsessed by this run up now.
There is Master Loughton. Bowls! That's a really good delivery. He's asking umpire Pollard here. Did jag back, and I think he did hit the pad. Runs away to Martindale at backward point. It's not been given. I can see why they asked the question there. Might have been outside the line, but it did jag back, and that would have been the question in umpire Pollard's mind. Was he just outside the line or not? But good bowling this. It's a fine player that he's bowling to. He's got a start, Daniel Bell Drummond. He's on 29. It's not as if he's nervously prodding and poking at his first couple of deliveries, but he's had a bit of trouble here with Tom Loughton's early contribution. Here's Loughton in again, bowls. This time he gets further forward, but still can't beat Martindale at point. No run.
So I'm still going on about this.
Yes.
So the third skip, which is or the fourth one, which is isolated. So he does a few low-level skips, 3 of them, then gets into his run-up. But the third one looks a bit like when a sprinter's suddenly got a hamstring injury and they pull up and they go up in the air from the momentum. that's what the big one is.
I must get around to asking him about it. I really must. But I can imagine bowling in the garden. There's an old tree root or something sticking up on the lawn, and so he's got to jump over that one as well. Here he comes. Balls again to Bell Drummond, and sooner or later Bell Drummond was going to get it one side or other of Martindale, and he doesn't get a single and gets off down to the other end. I think, there's one ball left because of the wide at the start of the over, but as I say, they like what they see from Tom Loughton, York-born. He has taken, let's have a look, 4, 6, 7. He's taken 9 wickets in the competition this year as well, coming out nicely, and scored some useful runs at Radlett the other day in a lost cause, made 44, a couple of big blows as well, so comes in and bowls to Compton and is defended. They feel they can turn him into a proper fully fledged all-rounder in the fullness of time. End of his first over, 56 without loss, 2 from it, 1 with the wide and the 1 single from Bell Drummond. And here on BBC Kent Sport, BBC Radio Nottingham Online, we are enjoying the Metrobank one-day cup match between the Spitfires and the Outlaws, and Kent are 56 without loss.
Yes, you said that. Just looking back at the replay of the appeal, I could see why they appealed, and you're absolutely on the money. I think it's the only thing that in question the umpire's mind will be where the impact was, and might be just slightly outside the off stump. But yeah, definitely beat the bat of Bell Drummond.
In the same hotel as umpire Pollard last night. Saw him at breakfast this morning. Not with the team. They're elsewhere.
This is Harrison then, 9 off his first over the leg spinner to Bell Drummond. Tucks that into the onside. They set off quickly for 1. You heard Daniel Bell Drummond shout, no, as the fielder came in from the boundary. They're not taking on the arm. Single taken. So I had a good wander around the city yesterday. 16 quid to go in the cathedral. I took a photo of the outside. I didn't feel the need to go in out of the shade. You need to spend some time in for 16 quid, would you think?
Well, yeah. There were 1 or 2 places available that were free to go in.
It's a full toss from Harrison. It's fielded by... hit by Compton. I missed out a little bit there. Finds Patterson on the boundary and on the ground for a single.
Managed to find 1 or 2 rehydration spots. There's actually one called the Cricketers, which others are available, and that's the one that springs to mind.
Harrison to Bell Drummond. A little glance down through fine leg. The fielder comes around from square leg on the boundary to throw that one inside arm. As a 2 taken then, 60 for none. But, that's some lovely spots, Canterbury, doesn't it? It's a historic city. 60 for none. Spitfires now in the 13th. That's a flat delivery, quick delivery from Harrison, but more or less straight back at him. Belram's not taking that one on.
There was somebody selling almost like a miniature Venice. You can go on the canal in a little punt.
Oh, really? It's outside the off stump, playing a miss by Bell Drummond straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves, and that wasn't very far away from the off stump. And Bell Drummond just holds the pose for a moment, the only indication that he might have been perturbed by that one from Harrison. It certainly beat him. Much better over this one, might have settled just a little bit. Bell Drummond faces this one straight back towards the bowler who fields of his own bowling. Compton makes sure he's got his bat grounded at the far end, and that's the end of the over. So just 4 off it, 60 for none. The Spitfires are from 13 now.
Yeah, it's Mark the Mod, one of my regulars who used to live much further north than he currently does. I think he's in Kent at Sevenoaks now.
Yeah.
Says Dave, no doubt you've been doing your revision on the Canterbury music scene. Caravan and Soft Machine with
Indeed.
Kevin Ayres.
Kevin Ayres, yeah.
Kevin Ayres.
Absolutely right, yeah.
Rock on, he says. I'm sure we can tap into the extensive knowledge of Mr. Cole all about that. Next delivery is cut away by Compton down to Patterson for a single. I don't think I'm familiar with the work of Caravan, Kevin Ayres and Soft Machine.
Soft Machine more than Caravan for me, I have to say. Robert Wyatt's got a fantastic high voice. I don't know how else to describe it, but yeah.
Would you like to hum a few bars just so we're all familiar with the work?
Not at that pitch. You'd have local collies coming in, I think, if I tried to do that.
There's Master Lowton in again.
Keep listening.
Hop, skip and a jump. Balls to Daniel Bell Drummond, who drives into the offside, and Martindale threw himself forward at point. Not sure if it was ever likely to carry to him, and made a decent stop. He was risking injury there, throwing himself forward like that, but did make the stop, but it ran away from him, and they garnered a quickly run single. 62 without loss. Even Stevens in the early stages, but Bell Drummond's just forging ahead now. He's got 34 to Compton's 23, but Ben Compton on strike now as Tom Lowton makes his way down the runway and bowls, and Compton pushes it into the offside. There's no run. That's LA, isn't it? Fresh out of Compton. That's where they. Isn't that where they?
We've gone from Soft Machine to NWA. There we go.
Canterbury to Compton.
I had no idea we were going that direction, but yeah, it's fantastic.
I think that's where the Williams sisters come from, isn't it? Serena and Venus. Compton. 62 on the board. Yes, I've totally exhausted my Kent music knowledge. Lowton bowls again, and this is chopped down to Dane Patterson, down to our left. Good strong throw into the, I was going to say into the gloves of Schardendorf. That would have been a lie, because he made out as if he'd caught it, but he hadn't. He let it go behind him, and it bounced through to Matthew Montgomery, who clearly must have given the keeper a shout. Backing Shady, more words to that effect. 63 without loss to Spitfires.
Soft Machine are still going, I think. I think I read an article the other day. They're one of those groups that has evolved so much. There are no original members left now, but they are still treading the boards.
Lowton bowls. Bell Drummond advances towards the bowler, and then, having got to the pitch, just helps it out into the offside Montgomery fields.
Robert Wyatt, probably, I don't know if famous would be the word, most well known in musical circles for his cover version of Shipbuilding by Elvis Costello. There we go. Right. Which is a fantastic interpretation of it. I would point listeners towards a song of his, well, actually not of his, a cover version of a Chic song called At Last I Am Free. It's absolutely beautiful. There we go.
Like a bit of Chic.
We're done.
Like a bit of Nile, as Bell Drummond just waits on this one, chops it down to Patterson. White does the fielding in front of the pavilion here, down below us, and he actually stopped the ball, or picked up the ball on the cut strips where they were netting this morning, where they were practicing. 64 without loss at the end of the over. Just for the great and the good. It's a complete and utter lie. Just remind me the stands here, Matt, if you will. There's the Cowdrey stand.
Yes,
Colin
indeed.
Cowdrey. That's a couple. Is that next to where our commentary position is, or is
Indeed
that next
so.
to one?
Yes, yeah.
So what is this one that we're in? Is this
sorry. This is the Woolly stand. Sorry, right next to us. I beg your pardon. The Cowdrey is beyond, and then.
And where are we? Where are we?
We're actually. This is officially the main pavilion block.
Right.
Then the Underwood Knot stand to our left, and of course we now have Freeman House, which is the new flats named after Titchtree. So,
okay.
Calvin Harrison bowling. Oh, it's definitely little dab, that one, isn't it? The paddle from Daniel Bell-Drummond, waiting very deliberately for that to play against the spin, but down towards fine leg, and there's no run. But there we are. That's my entire knowledge of the of soft machine. The first two records I've heard are I'm a fan, but there will be people listening. If only there were people listening who knew much more about that scene than me. I'm sure there are. You can tell us. kentcricket@gmail.com for Caravan, Soft Machine, the whole Canterbury scene.
Lovely.
Of the late 60s and 70s. Anyway, defended the offside. There's no run, 66 for none. I'm just dangling proverbial worm out there. Here's Bell-Drummond. He has again paddled that down fine. That will be 4 this time. Yeah, that's perfectly timed by Bell-Drummond. Lovely shot. He's taking it on the full, actually. Has reached for it and then taking it from outside off stump through fine leg. And Bell-Drummond looking in very fine touch. He has 41 from 46.
Actually, Mark the Mod, who stirred all that up by asking if I knew all about the Canterbury scene, has just sent a picture. He's on the ground now, finally made it in, Dave. Simon Trafford says it's the going rate, £16. That's the going rate to get in York Minster. God is expensive these days, he says.
I realised they were some sort of market fixing between the cathedrals as it's played into the offside. This is the sort of thing you need an expose from the BBC on, isn't it? There'll be a journalist in our investigative teams working somewhere price fixing at cathedrals. The scandal as Bell-Drummond defends that one. Ball to come from Harrison, 6 off his over so far. So Bell-Drummond, since his return to the Kent side, has 250s already to his name. Thumps that one into the offside. I'm not sure he's quite where he meant it. Has he cut that away? I thought he was driving. Really well run too. In the end anyway, he moves on to 43. Compton has 24. Spitfire 72 for none. So Bell-Drummond, since his return, 38 against Lancashire at Blackpool, 65 against Surrey in their win at the Oval, and then at Beckenham 58 in that one as well. So ringer he may be, but showing his quality certainly.
Taking the Michael, isn't he? Just taking the Michael. You're copied in on this one as well, but I'll read it. Sean the Brewer,
hello,
aka
Sean.
Mr. Breakfast. You've got at least 2 brewers listening to you today. I'm delivering in Bexley now. We'll be driving back east this afternoon. Hello, Sean the Brewer.
Have you moved this? Because you were in Crewe before. I've missed something here. I've missed a move.
I've never been to Crewe.
There we go.
Well, I haven't been.
Not you, sorry, Sean.
Tom Lowton hops and skips his way down the runway, bowls to Ben Compton, clips it down to Liam Patterson-White, and there's another single, 73 with Outlaws, Kent Spitfires. So after I'd had my wander round the lovely city of Canterbury, I thought I'd better do some stats today, because I know Matt will be testing me on them later on. Overall, in all one-day competitions between this pair, Kent have won 23 matches, not 21, and there was a tie as well. As a nice-looking shot here by Bell-Drummond, square of the wicket, goes for 4. Ben Slater's out there on that boundary, away to our right, had no chance. He had to move about 15 yards to his left, but the ball was already over the rope. Lovely, sweet shot. Been 6 matches in history rained off. In Kent, 23 previous matches, but none since 2013. 17 here at Canterbury, 1 at Dover, 2 at Folkestone, 1 at Maidstone, the Moat, and 2 at Tunbridge Wells. And here, Notts lead 7-5 over the years, as this is pushed to backward point, no run. Notts have won 7 here. Won 7. See, if I could read, it would help. Notts have won 7 in Kent, 5 here at Canterbury. Kent have won 13 of their home matches, 3 rained off.
No danger of that today, I don't think.
We got there. We got there. Lowton to Bell Drummond, who's now on to 47. Lovely innings this is, although he's had a little look at that one, a little bit of a twitch towards the ball as it went past the outside edge through to Schardendorf. The highest not score, in fact the highest score made by both sides in one-day cricket came in a match at Trent Bridge, knockout game at Trent Bridge in 2015, where Notts 335 all out. Kent got home 340 for 5. Century for James Taylor for Notts, century for Sam Billings for Kent. On that occasion, next ball is run down to third man. That'll take Bell Drummond to 48. That match at Trent Bridge in 2015, there was a hat-trick for Kent by not quite your namesake.
I was going to say, Matt Cole's playing that game.
Yeah, Matt Coles with an S on the end. His hat-trick of Dan Christian, James Taylor and Luke Fletcher. That helped Kent to victory. And I gave up looking. All I can say is Kent have never made 250 in a one-day game on this ground. I gave up looking to see what they I've got 220 odd, but can't find anything higher than that. 78 with Outlaws. Next delivery is run into the offside, and there's no run, and it's midday. Time to do an update.
Dave, thank you very much for that. Jason saying, a Spitfire flying over the St Lawrence ground, you say, is possible. I'm sitting in my garden watching the stream, enjoying our start of the innings while waiting for various aircraft of various ages and size to fly overhead to take part in Eastbourne Airborne, which starts today. So whereabouts are you, Jason? Are you close to Eastbourne? Are you over the border in Sussex, maybe? It says DBD and Benny C looking very solid. Good toss to win, I feel. And thanks for your thanks, Jason. Great to hear from you. KentCricket@gmail.com. Do get in touch. I think I'm right in saying that there's a Spitfire at Biggin Hill as well as one at Headcorn. There's a Hurricane as well at one of those airports. This one's worked into the onside, coming down the pitch. Daniel Bell Drummond to Calvin Harrison. Tall leg spinner for the Outlaws. Single taken. Compton comes to the crease. And settles anyway, just marking out his guard now. He's on 25. Bell Drummond has 49 from 54. And he's just play into the onside. All the way on the ground with soft hands from Compton. There's no run. There's a bit of a breeze across the ground now, certainly, with the marquees to our right being slightly agitated. The trees at the far end as well. You can see. Reverse from Compton. Hits it, but gets away with that one. Thinks about a run. There's a man at point coming in. To stop any further thoughts than that. I think Matt Montgomery with the fielding there. Or attempted fielding. Keeper came out to grab the ball. Harrison to Compton. Definite use of the feet, coming down there and plays that up to mid-wicket. Single taken. 84 none. A very long traffic update from BBC Radio Kent here, which doesn't bode well. I'll probably just stay in and listen to the commentary. That's probably the best thing to do. A flatter delivery from Harrison once more, and that is Daniel Bell Drummond's 50 as we go into the update for BBC Radio Kent from 55 balls with 6 fours. Quality knock from Bell Drummond once again. Indeed, and the applause you can hear just trailing away is for Kent's Daniel Bell Drummond, released from his 100 team, the London Spirit, to played for Kent. It's now 350s in 4 innings for him. He's just gone to exactly that score from 55 balls with 6 fours. Ben Compton at the other end. Little reverse paddle from him to take a single. He goes on to 27. The Spitfires, having won the toss and elected to bat first, 82 for none off 17 overs in the bright sunshine here, hoping to build a big total and perhaps make Nottinghamshire more nervous in regards to that total in replying to it later on. Lots of cricket still to be played though here, of course, in the One Day Cup. Kent, defending champions, probably need 2 wins out of the remaining 3 games in their group to qualify for sure for the knockout stages. Going well here so far, 82 for none at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, off 17 overs. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So yeah, Baldrum going to 50 there.
Duty done.
And
there's Tom Loughton. Bowls to Compton. We'll just run this out on the offside. It's a big playing area here, I have to say, as I walk round from the parking area way to our right. I looked across towards those new apartments and I thought, that's miles. I mean, it's huge, isn't it?
And right in the middle, more or less, this pitch as well. But yeah, it's a big surface.
Yes, we're only going to see the very best players hitting sixes today, I'm sure. Tom Loughton to bowl to Bell Drummond, who's on 50. Works this again gently into the leg side out to Sammy King, doing the fielding. Mentioned earlier, definitely, that he'd got the white elastic sleeves on, but he hasn't now, so whether they were a little tight or whether he just got sick of wearing them, I don't know, but he did definitely have them on, but he hasn't anymore. 84 with Outlaws, the Spitfires. Good crowd in. Sun glinting off 1 or 2 windscreens of the cars at the far end and way to our right. As Loughton bowls again, a bit of a grunt, bit of a Brett Hutton grunt there from Tom Loughton, and Compton plays defensively out onto the offside. 84 with Outlaws. In the old days, used to always get the tannoy announcements. Can the owner of car so and so go and put a rug on the windscreen or whatever? It's getting in the batter's eyes. Sunny day. Got those floodlights here that they're like a propelling pencil. They need to be, or can be, brought down to the ground or extended up high into the sky. Loughton bowls and Compton has an almighty waft at this one and just drags it back onto his boot, and it runs out as far as Martindale at point.
You'll know if the floodlight pylons are going to, I mean, they won't go up today, but if they were going to go up, because there's a sort of banshee wail they make. It definitely needs some oil on them, but they make a sort of plaintive squealing as they go up to the full extent, which is it's quite a sorry noise, but they do work.
The 2 we can see at the far end, numbered 2 and 3. As Loughton bowls, and the thickish outside edge by Compton is going to be work for Patterson to do, and I don't know as if he's going to get it. We'll never know what exactly happened there. It is 4 runs, but he disappeared down below, was out of sight, and the 4 is duly signalled. Decent attempt, no doubt, from Dane Patterson, but clearly couldn't get there, and Kent well on their way to a century opening stand here. They're 88 without loss. 4 to Compton takes him to 32. Yes, so how many are there? Are there 4 or 5 in all? But the 2 at the far end are certainly signed number 2 and number 3. Loughton from that end. The black scoreboard, sight screen behind him. He bowls and Compton drives it up to mid-off and takes another single fielded by Mead. 89 without loss.
Yeah, so the 18th over has finished there. You talk about this playing surface here, and I was conversing with my other half. She was very patiently listening to me while I explained why at smaller grounds there's more, there are more runs, it's easier for batters generally, and
You're at that stage in your relationship, are you?
She did glaze over a little bit, but so she was saying, so they're not standard then cricket playing services. I said, well, no. I said, so why is that? I was our geography, history, etc. Going through the school subjects. And she said, oh, so she accepted that. She said, not like football then. I said, well, actually, she said, tell me football pitches are the same size as each other. And I said, well, no, they have to be within a certain bounds. She could not get her head around that at all. And actually, when she argued her case, I couldn't really explain it either. Why is a football pitch not the same size at every ground? As Harrison bowls to Compton, ball nudged into the offside. We are having our lunch orders taken here. There we go.
A gentleman stolen my pronunciation guide. How will I be able to say McQuinn?
Yeah.
Meal deal order, please.
There we go.
So
sandwich, choice of drink, and yes.
So we'll put 5 bottles of water on there to start with.
It's Harrison to Compton, turns that into the onside. Single taken.
What are you asking me to? Come on.
Single taken.
Come on.
Shall I take you off,
BBC
Mike?
Sports Online. What would you like me to order here? What's the options?
There we go. Oh, correct. I think I was going to say. I think we caught that on the effects microphone for a second. A little bit of feedback as the two converse. So, Harrison bowling 90 for none, and I'll scribble down my my outrageous requests.
Harrison bowls and Daniel.
Thank you very much.
Works it to mid on and takes a single. See, this is local insider knowledge here. Don't want to be missing out on the scoop of the day. What is the scoop of the day, Matt? Not the soup of the day.
No idea. It could be. I don't know. I don't know what the specials are, but
this is important business of the day we're doing here. As Calvin Harrison bowls a reverse from Ben Compton, didn't properly get hold of it, and just drags it away on the leg side. There's no run. Remains 91 with Outlaws Kent, who won the toss. And
does that make any sense? Are we coming back today? We're not. I'm not sure. If you want a choice of sandwich and crisps, you can do that too.
Next delivery, it's pushed into the offside.
I'll continue with the over. There we go. 91 for none. A ball to come of Harrison's 19th over. 91 for none. And thank you, Freddie. He's going 34 for Compton, 52 for Bell Drummond, and just drags that from outside the off stump. Quick run taken. Good backing up by Bell Drummond. An ungainly looking shot from Compton. 19 overs through, 92 for none.
Calvin Harrison has got through 5 overs, none for 28 so far. A little bit of turn there for him. He'll get that with the leg spinner, of course, but no great pace in the wicket. Just coming on nicely for this pair. And with the platform they've got, they're just able to keep the total ticking over. Chat between Captain Hamid and umpire Pollard at the far end, and also Matthew Montgomery, and that's because Montgomery is going to have a bowl. So we've been talking about Grant Stewart, the Italian international. The most recent match he played in those ICC World T20 qualifiers up in Scotland was for Italy against Germany, and playing for Germany in that match and making his debut was Matthew Montgomery. Okay. So there's a lot of associate nations head coaches scouring family trees at the moment, just trying to find a link, and Matthew Montgomery on his mother's side, I think, is able to and eligible to play for Germany. He's going to have a bowl, right arm off spinner, 92 without loss. See that Gareth Berg, of course, is the head coach of Italy, and also called up Wayne Madsen of Derbyshire. He was another one who played for the Italians in qualifying competition. Here's Montgomery bowls to Compton. Sounds as if we are fresh out of Compton with the emergency service vehicles going past the ground somewhere. Patterson White does the fielding. Single taken. 93 on the board for this opening stand.
It's a Grant qualifies for his mum, who's Italian. So, to try and say to people, it's not the Jack Charlton school of patriation when anyone who had a pint of Guinness was allowed to play for Ireland. Sorry, that really coarsens the qualification. Although
Montgomery bowls, and this is dropped on the leg side. What do you call Tony Cascarino?
I was going to say,
the ice cream man.
Although he revealed, didn't he, in his autobiography, Tony Cascarino, that he had no Irish relations at all.
Next delivery is
close enough.
Deflected, and got to be quick here. Patterson does the fielding. In fact, he's thrown it to the non-strikers end. But
I think to be fair to Tony, I think he thought he did, and I don't think that Jack Charlton was bothered about checking particularly carefully. They took him at his word.
Next delivery on its way now. Compton comes down the track, lifts it over wide-ish mid-off, and gets a boundary, and a real show of intent from Ben Compton. He'll know all about Matthew Montgomery. Played with him, of course, at Notts, both for the seconds and indeed in this competition 2 years ago. He played with Matthew Montgomery, so he'll know what he's facing. But so too will the bowler, but on that occasion it was Compton who just eased it away for another boundary. 98 without loss. Compton into the 40s, and he'll play this down to mid-on, and they get a single. That's that. Taking it to 99. Yes, the scoreboard operator punching it up from 98 to 99 before the run had even been complete, before I could look back at the board. But it's 99 for this opening partnership. Matthew Montgomery to Bell Drummond on his pads, and they'll take a sharply scampered single, and that's a century. Opening stand in exactly 20 overs in 77 minutes. Even I can work out what they're going at. 100 runs then for the opening partnership between Daniel Bell Drummond and Ben Compton, and the platform is certainly set here for a huge score for Kent if they're able to go on and convert from here.
Yeah, 55 in that second spell of 10 overs then, so 45 for 9 at 10, 100 for 9 at 20 now. But you're right, plenty of batting to come. Jack Leaning, Alex Blake, Harry Finch, Jayden Denley, James Baisley, Grant Stewart, Hamid Kadri, Nathan Gilchrist and Matt Parkinson. As Harrison continues, number 28 from his 5 so far. But that's just checked up to mid-on. And Liam Patterson White comes across the field, and they'll take themselves 101 for none. Looking around at the marquees, the food outlets available here. Certainly the ice cream van is very prominent there. The coffee stall. That's a sign of modern life, isn't it? There we go. As that's jammed into the block hole. Compton's there, and Bell Drummond too. As I see journalist Fred Atkins in the next box. I had actually just messaged Fred to see if he'd like to come on and for a spell or two. Perhaps we'll get him on at 12:30 when it feels like changing the guard with us, doesn't it? And perhaps come and join you, Dave, or if you'd like a spell off, whichever. Harrison over the wicket. Compton reverse away for 2, I think there.
Yeah.
So 103 for none.
T's been in touch. Said earlier he'd be sat on his couch supping something nice. In fact, I probably said supping Darjeeling. No Darjeeling today, Dave. a light lunch of chicken parfait with Madeira wine and apricot jelly on toasted sourdough, washed down with a glass of cider.
It's dead posh in Nottinghamshire, I have to say. That's a sweep from Compton. That beats the field. It goes on to 47 now from 63. And Ben Compton again making important runs at the top order for Kent in this competition. But yeah, sounds delicious. That's not coming towards us though at any time soon. So
no.
He has 100 in the first game of the series here, and 50 or 60 rather against Middlesex. Ben Compton has 47 now as they build this this platform. Over the wicket comes Harrison to Compton, who cuts that away without any great fanfare on the ground for a single. And end of the over, 21 gone then. The Spitfires 108 for none. And for Nottinghamshire, obviously thinking about where this wicket will come, Dave, and how they can force it. And I suppose the old maxim of just keeping it tight at the moment is going to have to be it, isn't it? Try and force the scoreball pressure on them by stifling the runs.
Yeah, well, they're not doing either at the moment, Matt, I'm afraid. From the Notts perspective, runs are just being milked. Most overs now are featured by a boundary and then just a succession of singles, 8s and 9s and over. There is Matthew Montgomery to the left-handed Compton, goes down on one knee, and it's taken down the leg side by Schardendorf, and a wide is signalled. Don't mind that. If you're going to be consistent throughout, anything down the leg side, that's fair enough, but there was some oohs and ahs. It might have been fairly close to the leg stump. This one's pushed into the offside, no run. Kent Spitfires 109 without loss after winning the toss at 10:30. Again, Compton just risking getting himself into a little bit of difficulty there. He did get some bat on it, went to sweep it, and it only just went behind Schardendorf. They took the single, but it was given as a run, but it was very, very fine. Had he missed that, it would have looked to have been plumb in front. Liam Patterson-White, the slow left-arm spinner, is loosening up. You'd imagine he's going to get an opportunity, maybe from this end, as Bell Drummond pushes this out as far as the Notts skipper, Asiba. Good for the over rate, of course, with spin on at both ends. Montgomery into his second over. 9 balls, gone for 11 runs. There's a dot as this is pushed into the covers. Fatih Singh there doing the fielding. Not sure who's off the field at the moment. Montgomery once more to Compton. Clips it out to mid-wicket, and that's his 50. Well battered, Ben Compton. Faced 69 balls, hit 4 fours. Been at the crease for 82 minutes, and gets nothing more than a just quick handshake from Daniel Bell Drummond. Kent 112 without loss. Still got 1 ball left in this over. This is the 22nd over. He bowls now, and Bell Drummond, as he has done since arriving out there in the middle, seems to have all the time in the world to just caress it away out to Lyndon James. Single taken. He'll keep strike. 113 without loss, Kent, after 22 overs. Compton has reached his 50. Bell Drummond has 57. We've had 5 different bowlers used, and we're going to get a 6 with Liam Patterson-White going to get his introduction into the attack today.
Indeed, some of the 2 batters just out there in the middle will converse. A little bit of just a punch of the gloves, and a great partnership to start. 113 for none. Patterson-White just conversing with Hasib Hamid there. field being adjusted. It's a good crowd here today again, isn't it? Just filling in here still at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Generally, I think we've seen really good crowds across the piece for the One Day Cup so far.
Yeah, easy to forget. It's a Thursday, a working day, but people come out in their numbers. It's not overly dominated by youngsters. There's people of all ages, all walks of life. As I say, it's quite a lot down from Nottinghamshire watching this one. Here's LPW.
Yeah, left arm round the wicket. Bell Drummond drives that straight at Hamid along the ground at mid-wicket. Jason saying, who's plane spotting on planes going towards the Eastbourne Airborne, hoping to see a Spitfire or two, or I listen to the commentary. Great to hear from you. That's over the top from Daniel Bell Drummond, skews away. It's over the top outside the inner fielding circle, but actually fielded by Sammy King. I was looking wideish long off, and I think that's where Daniel Bell Drummond intended that to go. It's ended up well, not exactly square of him, but more at cover of the boundary, and he's got away with it for a single, but daring basically to take the spinner on early in his over. So Jason explains, I should have said, I'm now over the border, he says, in East Sussex, live around 8 miles north of Eastbourne in Hailsham. Says, born and raised in Dartford, as I tell anyone that will listen, Kent by birth, Sussex by default, he says. Nicely said. So Compton back in his crease there, but a tester from Patterson White. Good start to this over. So you can't get that away from the cut strip. Sun's out, he says. Stream working a joy. Kent batting well. Happy days, he says. So far. That proviso. Thank you, Jason. Sweep from Bell Drummond against the left arm spinner out towards backward square. And there is a single for them, 115 for none. And Mike talking about planes. That's a long email. I'll have to go between overs for that one. But about Spitfires and Hurricanes. There we are. Just gently nudged into the onside by Daniel Bell Drummond. They'll take a single. I was asking our listenership, because I know there's certainly a Spitfire at Headcorn. Pretty sure there's one at Biggin Hill as well. And there is a Hurricane, I think, in Kent as well. I'm not sure where that's based. But so I was reaching out to our listenership. Left arm round the wicket, Patterson White, reverse sweep again from Ben Compton. That's a scuff more than anything along the ground, doesn't get very far from the stumps. And that's a good opening from Patterson White. 3 off it. Looked like he troubled both batters doing that.
Yeah, Manston's in Kent as well, isn't it?
It is indeed,
another famous old RAF airfield. Yeah, just stemmed the bleeding a little bit there. Liam Patterson White with just 3 from that over. Vastly experienced now, of course, Liam Patterson White. Expect him, provided he doesn't get whacked out of the attack, to have a lengthy spell from this end. Matthew Montgomery, he's bowled 2 overs, none for 13 from the far end, which, in light of what we'd seen just before he came on, is just dragging it back a little bit as well from that end as well. He bowls to Bell Drummond. First ball is hit all the way out along the grass to long on. Looks certainly the far end like a bowling green. I say the far end rather than this end. I mean, this end's magnificent as well, as Compton goes down on one knee trying to scoop it, but at this end, that's where the ground staff have carefully and meticulously cut all the practice wickets and the practice areas where the players do their warm-ups in the morning. But the far end looks untouched, doesn't it, from here? It looks magnificent. Stately home lawn as Bell Drummond works this off his hip for a couple more. In comes the throw and is taken out a stump at the non-striker's end. Umpire Pollard in a good position to see. Clearly adjudicates that Ben Compton had got home, but that's wonderful work from Tom Lowton from a good 60 yards away. 60 yards is one. hits it up and over mid-wicket and away for 4. Nicely dispatched by Bell Drummond, and if he suddenly starts just to increase his tempo and go through the gears here, not so going to be in a bit of trouble. 124 with Outlaws. That's 8 from 4 balls in this over from Montgomery. Comes in once more and reverts to type, just driving it along the ground for another single. 9 from 5 in this over. 125 with Outlaws, and Daniel Bell Drummond's on 67. Last ball of the over. Compton on 52. He comes down the wicket and he's going to get a boundary. It's a decent attempt by the skipper. It's not the skipper, is that down on the ground? Trying to make the stop. The far end, and it's gone away for 4. It's Martindale, yeah, thank you. And that is another really good over for Kent. 129 with Outlaws. At the end of it, we've had, what do we have now? 24 overs. So 13 from that over. Time for me to go and do another update, and I'll be back with you a little later on.
Thank you very much, Dave. Brace Girdle will be joined by Fred Atkins, is going to come in very shortly. Kent journalist, author and filmmaker, I should say. You know, I haven't put that on his CV quite yet, but there we are. Here's Liam Patterson-White to come round the wicket to Daniel Bell Drummond. Flick of the wrist as he propels that into the onside, and that'll come back for 2. 131 for none. And so a very good early afternoon to Fred Atkins. Fred, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Obviously, from a Kent point of view, things couldn't have gone a lot better, I suppose, in terms of a platform here, and looking forward to accelerating even further later. Having said that one turns away from Daniel Bell Drummond. Great take by Schardendorf.
They've not really looked bothered, have they, at any point?
I think, but for when Patterson was bowling, I think maybe in the first 4 or 5 overs, there was a couple of plays amiss. Otherwise, those have happened when they've been attacking the ball rather than through the ball moving, I think. Which kind of says this is pretty good to bat on, I would say. They look pretty confident out there. Kent's task to build a big enough total to try and put crushing scoreboard pressure on Nottingham. Should have had that done against them a couple of times already in this.
Well, yeah, definite change of strategy. Whether it was maybe a bit of good fortune if they lost a toss. Did they lose a toss at the Oval and had to bat first? And it's worked in their favour. Certainly learned a lesson for the game at Middlesex.
As Patterson-White comes round the wicket, long way forward there, Compton, and that's going to make it difficult for the umpire to give it, frankly. I think he probably has hit him on the pad. Prolonged shout and hold by Patterson-White, but I hoping for anything here.
He was just so far down the track that you would have to be absolutely plumb to give that, I think.
So 132 for none. Patterson-White, quicker delivery. Compton again looking to whip that away. I think that might be the 3rd time in a row he's missed that reverse sweep, but he's had some luck with it, some purchase. 132 for number, halfway through the Spitfires, 50 overs, having won the toss and elected to bat. No wickets to tell you about here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Nottingham, because just getting a slight bit of feedback from this mic, I think. I'm just going to turn that down slightly. Oh no, maybe that's just a beeping. That's a general beeping. I beg your pardon. I wasn't blaming you for it, Fred. I thought there was.
I was unsure if you were about to go to the traffic update. So
we are just about to go to the Radio Kent update after this, but I'm aware that their updates are so long today that.
Yes, well, It took me an hour to get here, and 25 minutes of that was coming from the police station at the bottom of the old Dover Road, just to the gates here.
Crikey.
So we understand there's a crowd of about 2,200 in so far.
Yeah.
So very decent attendance for a one-day game.
And they've been coming gradually all the way through. That might explain why, if it's been difficult to get into the ground. But here comes the update for BBC Radio Kent listeners. Going very nicely as well, the Spitfires. They won the toss, selected to bat first, Steve. They're 132 for no wickets down, halfway through their 50 overs, which betrays they could make 300 or more here on this surface, which looks pretty reassuring for the batters as well. Daniel Bell-Drummond on 70, his third 50 since coming into the side, being released from the London Spirit, his 100 franchise from 4 innings, 56 from Ben Compton, his second 50. He's also got a century in this competition, and pretty much plain sailing as well. Nottinghamshire finding it very difficult to make any sort of inroads to the Kent batting lineup, and very few scares along the way at the moment as well. So at this juncture, with them taking a bit of a drinks break, the Spitfires looking good. They won the toss, selected to bat, and that looks like a very, very good decision. 132 for none in the sunshine here at Canterbury from 25 overs, and commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. So drinks being taken out to
one of the
the fielding unit. Sorry.
One of the things that Jack Leaning was talking about after the Middlesex victory on Sunday was he was almost incredulous that Daniel Bell-Drummond was not playing for his 100 side, and 70 off 74 at the moment.
Yeah.
Compton's on 56. Slightly better off than they were on Sunday. Compton made 60 then. I do think that when Compton's given you a platform like that, you've got every chance. In the end, some people thought he was batting too slowly on Sunday. I thought that that sort of took on a new perspective basically as soon as Middlesex started to bat, and you got to see it was a worn pitch. It had been used, and it just seemed to be offering so much for Matt Parkinson in particular, that his innings was really a very valuable contribution.
As Tom Loughton comes galloping in, hop, skip and a jump, he said, "Ooh," wraps Bell-Drummond on the pad trying to get forward. Was that just going down?
I think it was just drifting slightly down leg.
Yeah.
It was probably the most confident shout we've had so far from Knott.
Yeah, that was a decent shout, certainly. I mean, I have every sympathy with supporters who weren't watching that game because at Beckenham there are runs aplenty. You bat first and get 280 odd, and that's not necessarily a convincing score. But as you're saying, that was not what was happening.
No, it wasn't.
On the ground.
Wasn't your typical Beckenham Road.
It's Loughton, second ball this over, 132 for none. Then Kent. Bell-Drummond keeps that one down through third, and that'll be a single. 1-3-3 for none.
This has probably been mentioned before, but if you've never seen Loughton bowl...
Yeah, we were talking about it. Dave allowed me the opportunity of trying to describe his run-up. So how would you like to have a go as well?
Somebody, I can't claim this is original, but somebody in the press box, I think it was Nottinghamshire's media guy actually, or it may have been Matt from Sport Radar, he said he's like a triple jumper at the start of his run.
Oh, that's good. Yes, yeah, I like that.
But he's doing the triple jump first, and then he's doing the bowling bit at the end.
Yeah, so there's 3 little skips, then a couple of strides, and a big skip, like he's jumping over something, a small hurdle. As you say, the middle of the triple jump. This one's turned into the onside by Compton. There's a single taken, but...
So the other way of describing it, I think it's like he's injured. And,
so that's
he's running it off with the first 3 steps,
right.
And then he seems to be pain-free. certainly when you get to my age, if you start running, you can be in quite a bit of discomfort for the first few steps, and then after a while it sort of clears up and you feel okay. I wonder if that's what's happening to him.
So there's 3 little skips, and the bigger one, which looks like I thought it looked a little bit like he was pulling up with a hamstring, as David supplies the water very kindly from his stash now. I actually brought some myself, so I don't want to deprive you guys. It's a warm day. Dot ball here, 134 for none. The Spitfires, and so yeah, Daniel Bell-Drummond, as you say, with the 100 before his injury, Daniel Bell-Drummond was one of the top scorers in the, if not the top scorer, wasn't he, in the T20 Blast? So he comes down the pitch. Ooh, a single taken. Compton was backing up, not that quickly, I would say, as they come through for a single, but safe enough.
He'd also just come off the back of that 300 that he made against Northampton as well. So,
if you're auditioning for a...
His injury, from a Kent point of view, couldn't really have come at a worse time, because could really have done with him. A couple of those games, thinking particularly the game at Essex, the game at Nottinghamshire, of course, in the Liverpool.
Absolutely. And the wicket comes Lowton to Compton. Doesn't time that low pull away, and there's no run.
But then, of course, it's almost a halfway house. This we've talked about it before. You wouldn't necessarily pick Ben Compton in your T20 side, although I'm sure he could play it if he had to. But it was one of the features last season at Kent's run to the final was Ben Compton's contributions, although he didn't actually do a great deal in the final itself. Particularly a game here against Northamptonshire again, I think, where he basically anchored the innings, and afterwards people sometimes say, oh, he's not scoring very quickly. You look at what he's got, 57 from 78, which is not rapid, 73.1 in this competition, but when Compton gives you a platform like this, you've normally got a very good chance of winning.
That's Patterson White bowls now. It's another low pull, this one from Danny Bell-Drummond, who almost as soon as he hit it, looked with some disgust at the shot, it felt. To the bottom handoff, was trying to pull that away into the onside, not quite short enough to do it, and so it finds Hasib Hamid at mid-wicket. This one's floated into the pads once again by the left armour, and just glanced for a single. 136 for none.
Yeah. So rattling through the over here is White. The feature of some of the games I've seen this year, with spinners being used fairly heavily. There haven't been the late finishes. Well, in some games they have.
So round the wicket, Patterson White now to Compton. That's over the bowler's head. So rather than going for the sweeps or the cuts there, has decided to charge down and lift it over the bowler's head. He did. It'll only come back for 2 as Patterson fields actually on the coming round from a wide-ish long on to more or less straight behind the stumps. And they take 2. 138 for none. But yeah, this is difficult for Nottinghamshire, I'd say. I mean, the run rate is, and I say this probably in inverted commas, it is only as Compton really reaches for that one and perhaps gives them their best chance of getting a catch. It's a wide-ish delivery and straight to the wicketkeeper. But
I would assume because he's backed out slightly that it wasn't given as wide.
No, I think maybe he just came outside the leg stump. Straight back at the bowler, and that's gone. Where will they get a wicket from? And that's the answer. Once again, trying to regress the bowler straight back over his head. It's hit low. Good return catch taken by Liam Patterson White. He takes his first wicket. Ben Compton, you can already hear the swelling applause here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. He goes for 59 from 80 balls. The Spitfires are 138 for none. But if you're going to set up a platform from Ben Compton's point of view, it did look like he was trying to get on with it.
He does want to go through the gears as well, but another batter will be called to the crease now. Compton goes for 59. First wicket down at 138 for Kent.
So, I mean, he's basically batted through well over half the innings. 26.5 overs have gone so far. He's got 59. And again, we go back to Sunday's game where he played. I suspect that this pitch is probably a bit more benign than the one at Beckenham. Jack Leaning is going to be the new man. Jack Leaning, who was the top scorer on Sunday and took 2 very key wickets early on. Was a very happy man when he did press duties after the game, as you might expect.
Yeah, he's had a couple of really good innings, hasn't he? 87 against Surrey, 68 on Sunday. And similarly, those 2 performances for Kent, well, chalk and cheese were the 2 that came before, really, when they were outplayed by Leicestershire and Lancashire. For Nottinghamshire here,
but you have to take into account the personnel as well, don't you? I mean,
yeah.
You take Parkinson out of the side.
Yeah, Nottinghamshire missing a few as well coming to this one. Patterson White bowling to Leaning, who just defends that one into the offside. End of the over, 138 for 1 for the Outlaws here. Just want to try and make this into a difficult period, at least for Kent, to try and put some pressure on, because they found it very difficult. It looks a slow one, doesn't it? It's not a great deal of bounce. 1 or 2 have turned, but again with no great fears, I don't think, for the batsmen out there. It's been tricky here, and Hasib Hamid and Nottinghamshire just trying to make something work.
Yes, I mean, I think from this point of view, if what happened on Sunday happened again, and Nottinghamshire did manage to get Kent out for something like 260, 270, they'd probably be quite pleased with that. And that has happened in a few games in the Metrobank this year. Certainly Essex made a terrific start the other day and fell away to about 240 odd.
As Loughton bounds in towards Daniel Bell-Drummond. Some stout backing up by Leaning, who immediately goes back to his stumps as it's just played into the offside and fielded. There's no run.
But the other thing that Leaning was talking about was a certain level of confidence in the camp. After the Lancashire game, certainly the confidence in the fan base wasn't high. But just a little change of personnel. You bring Parkinson back, and Parkinson can get you 4 wickets as he did. You bring Bell-Drummond back, and he's already on 73.
It's Loughton bowls now to Bell-Drummond. Shortens the distance, comes a couple of steps down the pitch, but still doesn't find anything to his liking. Loughton's done well there. Not sure if he's just shortened his lengths to make that into a good or a Yorker length delivery, but well bowled, no run. 138 for 1.
Yeah, and his point was, when you have got everybody firing, you've got people available, there aren't many sides that can live with Kent when they are, when they're right at it.
Certainly this top 4 looks good quality for any competition, domestically I would say, and this one is flicked away by Bell-Drummond. Really well timed, great stop on the boundary. They come back for 3. No, just for 2 actually. The third is stopped, and I think that's Sammy King. What a stop that is, running around the boundary. Bell-Drummond's hit that hard, but as Dave Bracegirdle was saying, this is a big playing surface today. Pitch is just about central. I think that's the longest part of the ground out towards mid-wicket there.
That is the furthest boundary, just on the old Dover Road side of the ground there.
Near the new lime tree. That's where King was sprawling and saving his side a run there.
Might be the hottest part of the ground as well,
really,
down there.
Is it baking out there? Well, I was regretting my choice of clothing, which you'll be thrilled to know, listeners. Ooh, has that come off Bell-Drummond? Has that hit the helmet, in fact?
I think he played it.
Or has he played it? I beg your pardon, he played it off his chest.
We'll find out.
Beg your pardon, is absolutely right. A bat up towards the head there, shortish delivery, and he's just waited for that and run it down to third. Well, I did him a disservice. I thought he wouldn't be leaving it, but 142 for one.
He sort of bent his back a long way, didn't he? And just glanced it down through where the slips would have been.
So consecutive twos. That leap from Lowton as he gets into his delivery stride in earnest. A drive from a full-length delivery. Danny Bell-Drummond swipes at the air after that.
Yeah,
he's not timed that. Because it's pretty full, that delivery,
Yeah.
isn't it? He was trying to drive that, but straight at mid-on, mistimed no run.
You could see he was obviously frustrated there. I should think when you've got 78 in the bank, you're probably less frustrated than you would be if you were on Nord.
5 off the overs so far. 1 ball to come from Tom Lowton. Danny Bell-Drummond once again stepping down and outside his off stump, but runs that down to third, and they'll take a single, but really shows the confidence that he's got on this pitch, doesn't it? 144 for one at the end of the 28th over. He's taking on a quicker bowler. He's not only stepping outside his off stump, giving a sight of the stumps to Lowton, but he's taking a charge down with consecutive deliveries there as well. 143 for one. My point about the weather was actually I'm parked behind the main scoreboard there, the digital scoreboard, and had the shorts on thinking it was going to be a scorch. I got out and thought it's decidedly chilly until I'd made it round the scoreboard, as you say, into that sun trap at mid-wicket, and that is warm. This one's a Yorker length delivery from Patterson White. 1 for 9 he has so far. Wicket of Ben Compton falling in the previous over. Yeah, orthodox left arm spinner gets into a bit of a tangle with with Jack Leading, who's come in for Ben Compton there. Though Leading was actually holding his ground, hadn't moved, but Patterson White couldn't get round him to field the ball. And that's a single. 144 for one.
It's on the forecast as well. Apparently it's going to be about 18 degrees by the scheduled close of play, which is significantly cooler than it feels at the moment.
Yeah, that's true. Then we have our own sun trap in the commentary box for the first couple of hours as well, so the risk of repeating myself, the greenhouse that is the commentary box here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, but very welcome on many days. But yeah, I think it'll cool off towards the end, and there is a lovely breeze blowing across the ground, isn't it? Driven into the offside by Leaning, and Bell-Drummond was backing up. Throw came in from a prone fielder, but actually I think Patterson White stopped it before it got to the stumps from his teammate Calvin Harrison there. But Bell-Drummond in his ground anyway, I think. Waiting for that one, Leaning, trying to play into the offside. I think he feels like he's missed out there. He's gone back and across, making himself room, trying to play it past the man, but Harrison once again in the right place at the right time. Fields that ball to come. Quick over, as you were saying, Fred, here. Patterson White getting through his deliveries quickly. To Jack Leaning, who plays that into the offside. And there's no run, so just one off the over. 144 for one. Then Kent Spitfires, 29 gone here. But once again, saying 2,200 or so in here. Looks like a good crowd today. And
feels like a crowd as well. It's one of those grounds where 2,000 feels like a lot of people are in. I mean, if 1,000 people are in it can feel like you've got quite an atmosphere. And so it's often talked about the advantage that the test hosting counties have over the smaller venues. But, you don't get the same level of atmosphere at the Oval, for example, that you would get here on a day like this.
So Lowton bowls through Bell-Drummond as he nurdled that. He has top edge through to the wicket keeper. Once again, he's come down the pitch outside the off stump as Danny Bell-Drummond, and Lowton has got him. Good delivery, just doing a little bit off the pitch perhaps by Lowton for Lowton. Schardendorf taking the catch. That's the breakthrough. It's intelligent bowling as well. Daniel Bell-Drummond had set him that puzzle. How'd you get me out? I'm batting well, I'm assured. I'm coming down the pitch to face you. Loughton has got in a nick behind. 79 from 89 balls, though, for Daniel Bell-Drummond. 144 for 2.
And he's getting a very decent round of applause there, as well he might. He'd been scoring quite heavily in that third man area in the previous few overs. And he's just tried to waft at that one. I wasn't entirely sure he'd hit it, but I don't think he waited for the umpire's finger to go up before he turned and walked. So it's just a risk here for Kent. Lost a couple of wickets, fairly quick succession. 2 wickets for 6 runs here. And just got to make sure they don't suffer a mid-innings collapse here. You know, it's going to be Alex Blake that comes in. So he's the sort of player who doesn't hang around, does he, Blake? He's either going to smash a quick 50 or he's going to get out fairly quickly. So presumably he's been sent in with the intention of accelerating the innings a bit.
I wonder if he's forgotten his kit because he'd had to take a spare Spitfire shirt out of the pile in the dressing room. He's not got his number on.
Normally you would, wouldn't you? But he doesn't seem to have his on today for some reason.
But 20 overs out, that's a good time for someone like Blake, isn't it? Can play himself in, but also play some big shots. We've seen that before, certainly in the Surrey game. Back to his best, it looked like, for Kent. But as you say, 2 quick wickets falling, and actually it's a slowdown, unless they really get on with it in this over, because they made 45 in the first 10, 55 in the second 10, and just 44 so far with 5 balls to come until the 30th over. So it felt like they were accelerating, but actually not so much in this third set, if you like. Loughton comes in, left-handed Blake facing him, leaves it outside the off stump, and wicketkeeper takes Shardendorf. But for Nottinghamshire, 2 wickets in fairly quick order. I mean, it's looking pretty ugly for them at 138 for none, but got themselves back in this, I'd say.
Well, yeah, they have. I mean, if they go to run a ball from here, Kent would be looking at around about 260, which I think would be pretty... I think most fans would be pretty disappointed with that if that happens. And it obviously depends on how well people like Blake and Stewart go.
So Loughton comes in then to bowl to Blake. Forward push into the offside. They take a quick single. He's off the mark. 145 for 2. Just looking at the other scores, actually. 2 in this group being played right now. Surrey 109 for 6 against Lancashire at Guildford. They are without a significant number of players, but we tend not to feel too sorry for them with the spectacular depth they have. They still put out a good side, Surrey, don't they?
Yeah, sympathy and Surrey aren't words that I regularly link in the sentence.
Probably Nottinghamshire fans will be in accord with that, but I don't want to tiptoe into dangerous waters. Hampshire 108 for 3, the group leaders, Hampshire, at York against Yorkshire. That's from 25 overs, so they're pretty much halfway through. And in the other group, Group B, Durham 132 for 2 of the 28.5 against Somerset at Gosforth. Lovely shot from Leaning. He's bisected the field on the onside with just a gentle, almost a lean into that shot, and that's 4 runs. That's timing and placement perfection. Spitfires 149 for 2.
That was a great shot by Leaning. Just it seemed so easy the way that he played it. Almost a minimum of effort, and just placed perfectly between those 2 fielders, right in front of the scoreboard, and 4 runs.
As you say, it does beg the question, though, for Kent and for Notts here, what a par score is. You'd think surely 300 would be
from here, yeah.
Would be almost a low par, it looks like, from this position. But that one, good ball from Loughton. That's seeming into the batter off the pitch, and Leaning having to just take defensive action into the offside, no run.
I mean, you can anticipate what will happen. You can anticipate the reaction if there's a collapse of any description. People will say, "Oh, not good enough," which is what they were saying on Sunday. 280. Say, "Well, we should have had 350." But you just don't ever know until the other side bats.
I think they're having to generate their own pace off this, certainly, which is one thing for the batters. A drive by Leaning, again attractive up to mid-off this time, but finds the fielder, and there's a single run, 150 up, exactly off 30 overs. So they, if you're at all interested in statistics, they brought up the 100 on the last ball of the 20th. They brought up 150 on the last ball of the 30th, with a loss of 2 wickets. Yes.
Just to go back to that well-worn theme of sympathy, because I can't help myself.
No, I shouldn't have brought it up.
It's just one of those things where you obviously hear rumours that things on the circuit, people talk, reporters talk, everyone tells you stuff about players going here, players agents doing this, players agents doing that.
Yeah.
Basically, Surrey are in a position where they can pretty much blow anybody else out of the water if they want to buy a player, if they want to offer him something. So when you hear they're experiencing a bit of a selection crisis, it's like, well, cope, you know.
Well, you've been very polite, considering what you could have said there, Fred. Thank you. Patterson White bowling to Leaning, angles that into the offside, off a good length delivery, and they'll just take a single. It's overthrows there. It's beaten Hasiba Mead there, I think, and they will come back for another 2. I was going to say how tightly Liam Patterson White has bowled, and that's still the case, but that'll add 2 unnecessary runs to his analysis.
Yeah, I don't really think there was anything to be gained from throwing at the stumps there.
No. Looking at that Surrey side, I mean, the opening that their top 4 is Ryan Patel, Dom Sibley, Rory Burns, and Ben Geddes. So it's not terrible.
Presumably, Folkes is playing as well.
He's not actually today. No, Josh Blake is playing in his stead. I don't know if he's got an injury, but this one's just tucked away into the onside by Blake for a single. And the score's on to 154 for 2 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham as well. And the club stream, of course, with the pictures. And Kent having lost 2 wickets in relatively short, within 3 overs of each other. Oh, cracky. It's straight through the wicketkeeper. That deceived Leaning, gave it quite a lot of air there, Patterson.
It did, yeah.
Actually, something off the pitch and through to the wicketkeeper. Good bowling.
I should think Matt Parkinson will have noted that.
Yeah.
Hamid Kadri as well.
Patterson White's going for around about 3 and over here. It's working well for him so far. He's taken 1 wicket, Tom Loughton the other. Jack Leaning after that, slight scare, is just taking a moment to settle himself. He has 8, Blake has 2. Junior batters at the crease. And that just, well, does momentarily open the face out towards square on the offside, and there's a single. 155 for 2. Mike, I didn't get to your email. There was a couple of wickets after that, but I think it's how many Spitfires and Hurricanes there were in the country. I think you've said about 75 Spitfires. There we are. But the location of which, he says he lives in the Fens as the ball is played into the onside. It's got buzzed by a Lancaster bomber. But, not just him, I think. So I don't think it was personal, but sounds like an impressive sight, Mike. I am paraphrasing. This is nudged into the onside. Blake wants a run. Leaning does not. So Blake hurries back as it's fielded at a shortish mid-wicket. End of the 31st over, 155 for 2.
That was a good decision by Leaning to send his partner back, because he wouldn't have got anywhere near if they had gone through with chasing that single. But, I just think Blake actually played his first red ball game, didn't he, against Nottinghamshire. It's the first time he played red ball cricket in quite a while. And it just sort of goes back to what we were saying about personnel and having people available. And you think Ken had to draft in 2 lone players at very late notice for that game with Nottinghamshire. And due respect to the fact that Nottinghamshire clearly won that game by a massive margin, I think it's going to be a completely different game when we're back here for the Championship at the start of September. Certainly from a Kent perspective, you'd hope it would be a bit more competitive. Which I suppose it was for the first 2 days. It was a fairly close contest, but Nottinghamshire just blew Kent away in the end.
Yeah. As Patterson's back to bowl to Leaning. This one driven away into the onside. Attractive shot, that one. They'll come back for 2. Leaning goes on to... sorry, was that for 3 in the end? It was. Well run. So as long as part of the ground once again. 158 for 2. Kentish man on the emails. Great to hear from you as well. Thank you, Mike, for your summary of the Spitfire and Hurricane resources around the country. This is a rare gripe about ground issues at Kent. Great to have games at Beckenham for those of us far away from Canterbury, he says. The grassy banks are lovely for families and the stewards extremely helpful and friendly. As he's driven back past Patterson, that'll be 4 runs, I think, really well timed by Alex Blake from that full delivery. And that will go for 4 when he goes on to 6. The Spitfires on to 162 for 2. So I was disappointed the grass bank at the Palace training end has been roped off in recent games, as this is the best place to watch from. Could easily have some nice rows of wooden benches to accommodate keen ground leagues, he said, like myself. He says, I realise the high-flying media, we can't be talking about us, must have privacy around their executive suite. Oh, we do miss people asking us if we're the cake tent, to be honest. I'm just joking, Kentish man, of course. But nobody's going to get in the way or interfere, are they? The view is a lot better than parts of the stand at the other end, which is an extra 5, he says, and not so good in my opinion. Also, still not convinced that the scoreboarding is really good enough for top professional cricket. They did have some issues, I think it's fair to say. Certainly first game there. I'm paraphrasing there. Ball in from Patterson, dropped into the offside, and there is a no run, actually.
It was working okay on Sunday. It's one of those things, outgrounds are sort of going back a bit. When Radio Kent were broadcasting from the moat, this is obviously going back quite a long way.
Yeah.
They were sat in the crowd. I can remember seeing John Warnock, Neil Bell, I think, commentating from basically that sort of banking at the north side of the ground. Basically in the thick of it. I don't think they were complaining too much, as people kept giving them pints.
I should have known that was coming. Drive from Blake, actually has to roll the wrists over it, adjust the shot from the ball from Patterson, and it's a single take, an 8 off the first 4 balls of the over. Kentish man, though, does say, however, I'd really like to say how helpful and friendly all the stewarding is at all the first class cricket grounds as a whole, especially the smaller ones. I thought the stewards at Trent Bridge excellent for the one-day cup final last year. They were certainly very friendly to us, Kentish man, I have to say that. Really accommodating, and looked extremely smart in their Sherwood Lincoln green blazers, he said, which looked professional but also conveyed the locality as well. But yeah.
Well, I would second that as well, because they were very friendly, but it always has been a friendly ground. And
considering that the number of people coming in there, I mean, I know they get big crowds there a lot at the Trent Bridge, so perhaps it wasn't out of ordinary for the one-day final, but that one's just got off a length and surprised Leaning. He's managed to keep it down enough to play it into the onside, and there is a single take and 164 for 2. But no, I was very taken aback as well. It was like meeting old friends, people I'd never met before when we arrived.
I hadn't been there for a good, nearly 10 years, and it was nice to see that some, because particularly after COVID, one of those things where you just don't know who's got through it. It was just nice to see all the old faces there.
Yeah. As here's Patterson to Blake again. He's just worrying them perhaps a bit of extra pace there, Patterson, but pushes forward. 164 for 2. The Spitfires still going well. 13 for Leaning, 7 for Blake. We'll have an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners very shortly. An appeal from Michael, I think it is. Can someone hold the camera still at the Nackington Road end? We can't see Loughton's run up, and we're getting seasick. There we go. Yes. Well, I can only put that out on air. My God.
Hopefully somebody is listening in the hub.
But it goes back to me saying it is breezy at the far end. You can see the trees being agitated as well. So maybe it has just... Has it gone off the...
Someone has to climb up a fairly rickety ladder to fix that, I think.
That wouldn't be me, even if it was my
No.
job, I don't think. Don't fancy that, to be honest. But someone brave needs to go up there. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent listeners. I'll make way for Dave Bracegirdle after I've done that, and he's done his. Smart shot into the offside. Was that a chance? I'm not sure it was a bump ball, but it was hit very hard.
I think it was a bump ball because of the lack of reaction.
Yeah. But Harrison's got down, he's got his right hand to that. He's wringing the fingers, as he might be. That was hit with some power by Jack leaning into the offside. Cover drive. And just take a single in the end. Blake has 7. Ooh, back and across. Misses it through the wicket keeper. And Patterson White just showing a little bit of frustration, excitement certainly there, because that was mighty close to bowling Alex Blake as he made himself room. Patterson White's bowled as well as anyone here. Does make himself room again, Blake, though. This is better, driven into the offside, but just a single. 166 for 2 then. And still going well, Kent. They've lost 2 wickets since you last joined us, though, Steve. 166 for 2. Great platform they had at 138 for no wicket, with Ben Compton then going first. Caught and bowled by Liam Patterson-White. He's been excellent, the left-arm spinner. Compton went for 59. Daniel Bale-Drummond went for 79. Caught behind, just top-edging one off Tom Loughton. The not-out batters there right now with 32.5 overs gone. Jack leaning on 14, Alex Blake on 8. Kent will be targeting probably 300 or more with the start they've made on a pitch which isn't that quick, but the batter's looking very assured on it. So Spitfires 166 for 2 off 32.5 of their 50 overs. Commentary continuing by the BBC Sport website and app.
Thank you, Matt.
And I'll see out the rest of this over from Liam Patterson-White, and then Dave Bracegirdle coming to replace me. I'm going to blame the wind for blowing over the rest of my coffee, which is now down the skirting board, so apologies for that. Dear me, I won't be invited back. And Patterson-White round the wicket, 2 off this over. Once again, a good one from him. Down the wicket comes leaning, plays it up to mid-off for a single, and the Spitfires finish the 33rd on 167 for 2. A few words from Fred Atkins, who'll be joined by Dave Bracegirdle.
Yeah, so 17 overs to go. Decent platform, you'd say. It's not yet guaranteed that Kent are going to get over 300. Scoring rate seems to have dimmed a bit. Run rate so far 5.1. And certainly with the memory of what happened on Sunday at the back of their minds, they're not going to be taking 300 for granted at this point at Kent. Nottinghamshire, with those 2 wickets, just got a sort of chink of hope that they'll be able to get back into this. And just to return to the well-worn theme, Trent Bridge, we were talking about going to the one-day final last year. It's always been a ground with a great reputation for fans. As leading just fends out of the way, offside, we'll get a single there.
I'm here, Fred. I'm here. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here. Just snuggling into Matt's corner. That's what we'll call it now. This lovely position right behind the bowler's arm. Yes, I ought to go for another walk round actually, because Knott's picked up a couple of wickets whilst I was just having a comfort break. Saw them both. It was Patterson from the Nackington Road end into his 7th over now. Bowls to the man with no name. That is Alex Blake. Turns it onto the leg side. Out as far as Slater. 169 for 2. Yes, of course, Kent are the holders of this competition. I guess it'll be a different trophy, Fred, with it being different sponsors.
You never know with these, do you?
Well, I think the old one had the Royal London logo as part of it.
Yes, presumably they will have to change it.
Yeah. So maybe Kent will be allowed to keep the...
it'd be nice.
Yes, Patterson White in again to the Kent skipper. It'll push and run here. Hamid throws the stumps down. Again, they're asking umpire Pollard, and again, umpire Pollard says not out. He was well positioned to see. And nice bit of work from Asib Hamid. I've mentioned a time or two in these one-day matches that all the practice that the Notts boys put in, shying at the stumps on a morning, they've borne fruition in this competition. They've hit the stumps so many times, but unfortunately the batters have been home every time.
Yeah, that one there was no reaction, was there? It was, you can't really see from where we are, but no one really appealed seriously.
There's Patterson in to Blake. Ooh, sniff the leather man as he bangs that in short, goes past the nose of Alex Blake. Had to do a bit of a limbo dance to avoid being hit on the grill. Yeah. Lovely sharp bouncer.
There's nothing wrong with Alex Blake's back if he can flex like that. It was going to hit him square in the face until he pulled out at the very last second there.
Does have that quick delivery in him, Patterson. He generally looks to get the ball up there and just look for a little bit of late movement, predominantly away from the right-hander into the left-hander. Blake turns this off his hip, will get a single on the leg side, and Kent move on to 171 for 2. They're on course for 300, but
yeah, they're not certainly not cutting loose yet. Blake's got a reputation for not hanging around, but he's playing fairly patiently so far. 10 off 14.
You know, Leaning could bat through the innings himself here and get close to 100, if not 100. But Blake can do damage, and still plenty of other players. I'm not familiar with the work with young Master Denley, as Patterson comes in, and this is short and it's pulled out onto the leg side, but again straight to the fielder. They only get a single, but Harry Finch can certainly play. We saw him at Trentbridge earlier in the season in the championship match, or not too long ago. James Paisley, the Australian, can put bat to ball. Grant Stewart, explosive hitter, so there's plenty to come, and if they don't get well above 300, I think Kent might feel it's a missed opportunity, but cricket being cricket, you just never know. It's 172 for 2 with 16 overs left.
And saying that, I think it's been a while since there's been a boundary as well. But, don't have the figures in front of me, but it does feel like it's been a while since Kent have actually found the rope. So that's obviously had a bit of an effect on the scoring rate.
And these are two senior bowlers, if you like, with Dane Patterson and Liam Patterson White. The two Patos sharing the bowling duties here. Patterson White into his 7th over now. Dane Patterson has also had 7. Next delivery on its way now, and that's off the outside edge. They're going to scamper through for a single. That looked a little loose and untidy from Jack Leaning as he tried to advance towards the slow left arm spinner and wasn't in control of the shot. Could have ballooned anywhere. As it was, it went a couple of bounces to short third to Lyndon James.
Good single in the end. Blake sprinting down the wicket.
Instrumental in the call. He's on strike now and goes deep into his crease. Liam Patterson White, I think, just took the pace off that one a little bit, and Blake had to wait for it. Can do nothing more than just muscle it out in the general direction of the Notts skipper, Asib Hamid. Patterson White in again down the leg side and called as such by our umpire Mansour Qureshi. I think I'm right in saying it's the first time he's officiated a Notts game. Certainly not familiar with his work. The other end though, we know all about umpire Pollard. Reverse hit this time by Alex Blake, makes a good contact on it, gets it out to Ben Slater on the popular side. Lots of spectators there. I don't know if it's called the popular side. It looks fairly popular because they're...
Well, from where we are, you've got the old Dover Road side on the to the left from where we're broadcasting in the pavilion. The right side of the ground, I'm not actually sure what the name is. It's sort of Kent Hospital.
The Hill. The Canterbury Hill.
Could call it the Hill, yeah. Could call it the... I'm sure we can come up with something if it hasn't been named already.
That's where all the concessions are, as Matt said earlier. The ice cream man doing a roaring trade as LPW again bowls, gets one just to bite and turn a little bit, go past Leaning's bat through to Schardendorf.
Yeah, there's a bookstall up there as well, which is selling a lot of interesting old books up there.
175 for 2. Compton made 59. Beldrummond 79. A attempted slog sweep here doesn't bring reward, and this is good from Liam Patterson-White. Took a good catch off his own bowling to dismiss Compton, and has kept a tight lid on things. Final ball of his 7th over, 175 for 2. He's into Leaning, a little bit of width, and this will be just cut out as far as Sammy King. I get a single into the over. And just 4 in total. It included the wide from that over. 176 for 2. Kent Spitfires here on BBC Kent Sport, BBC Radio Nottingham Online. With Matt Cole will be back in half an hour or so in the fullness of time. I'm Dave Bracegirdle, and with me Fred Atkins.
Yeah, it's 176 for 2, 15 to go. At some point, we obviously will hit the accelerator. If these two hang around for another 5 overs or so, I should certainly think that would be the signal to go for it. Presumably they have a moment when they're going to be told that it's time to hit out or get out.
Lyndon James coming back for Notts. Before your arrival, Matt gave you the big build-up as you'd expect, as befits a man of your substantial pedigree. We're going to be joined by a filmmaker today, he said.
It's absolutely true, yeah. I made a film called Gate Money with a director from Holland called Jasper Spanger, and it was about the National League funding fiasco.
There's Lyndon James, tall young man, bowls to Jack Leaning, works it on the leg side, and nice shot, bit of fielding by Calvin Harrison. There's no running. National League, our football National League.
So I mean, for anyone that's listening of Notts County persuasion, then you might be interested in that. It was about the grant distribution during lockdown, and Notts County were actually one of the biggest losers in that saga. It's on YouTube if anyone feels like looking it up.
176 for 2. James in again to the former Yorkshire man, and a single taken by Leaning, who himself is from football stock. His dad was a goalkeeper around the lower leagues back in the 80s and 90s.
Used to play for Sheffield United when they were, I think they were in the 2nd division at the time.
I can remember. Yeah, the 3rd tier. When they dropped down into the 3rd tier, I think he played. He played for York City as well, didn't he?
Bristol Rovers, perhaps.
Yes. Was it Andy Leaning? I think it
that's right. It was.
Andy Leaning.
Yeah.
Here's Lyndon James. Bowls and slap to Martindale at point, and he takes a sharp catch, and Blake has gone, hits the ball hard, and he does on this occasion, but couldn't keep it down, went like a tracer bullet to backward point, and the alert young hands of Ben Martindale pouched a really good catch there, went very, very swiftly to him, and Kent suddenly 177 for 3. Not today for Mr. Blake. Caught Martindale, bowled Lyndon James.
Just the risk that what happened on Sunday to Kent is going to happen again here. Losing wicket. I wouldn't say they've lost wickets rapidly. That was a stand of 33 for the 3rd wicket. So it's not what you'd call a collapse, but just the sense that Blake was possibly getting frustrated that he wasn't able to score as freely as he would have liked. He hit that one, as you say, almost horizontal, wasn't it? Straight to Martindale.
The miracle of that was that I actually followed the flight to the ball into the hands, because that was one where, well, I guess under normal circumstances, I'd have been looking way over to the point boundary waiting for the ball to arrive, because he really got hold of that, and crikey, it was only the intervention of Martindale that denied Alex Blake a boundary. This is Harry Finch on his way out to join Jack Leaning. Saw him at Trent Bridge just a few weeks ago in the county championship match. Came into that off the back of Century the week before, if memory serves. Good young player. May well have got the wicket keeping berth down here now. There's been plenty that have come and there's been plenty that have gone. Of course, Sam Billings still remains, but Jordan Cox has gone or going.
It's quite the sensitive issue down here, the wicket keeping position. Kent starting last year with 3, as Paul Downs described them, England ambitious keepers. And I don't think many people would have bet money on Harry Finch being the first choice keeper, but he's not let anybody down while he's been doing it.
No,
he does tend to either get big or big score or not a lot.
Very impressed with his glove work at Trent Bridge. It's the right-hander. He's taken guard. Comes in with 14 overs and 3 balls to go in the innings. Lyndon James has just got the wicket. Bowls to him, and Harry Finch is away. First ball, driving it out onto the offside. It's a tumble turn by Ben Slater, like one of those relay swimmers or long distance swimmers when they do the tumble turn at the end of the pool. Slater almost did a full forward roll there as he dived to stop the ball and then fired it back in. 2 runs, 179 for 3. Yes, Notts know all about the wheels coming off. It certainly did at Radlett 48 hours ago. Next delivery on its way, and this is dropped onto the leg side. Calvin Harrison will field.
Do you think there's an ingrained pessimism in certain supporters' mindset? Having a conversation with somebody at Middlesex on Sunday, like very little hope they had of chasing the target down. I was talking to a Nottinghamshire fan earlier as well, and he seemed to think that Kent were 100 for naught at that point. Very low on confidence, but I think every county is the same, really. You've got your fans who
Notts peaked early in this competition. They beat Essex by 168, then were rained off against Yorkshire, then beat Leicestershire, the only side to beat Leicestershire, as James bowls, and this is hit back past him with interest by Finch. Lovely straight drive. I think it's going to be dragged back by the whippet that is Mead. Quickly got down there, and the Notts skipper keeps them to 2. That's really good fielding by Asib Mead. I think it's the end of the over. It is 181 for 3. The 7 and the 8, like on a club ground, they're just blowing over, but it's settled on 181. 181 for 3. 21 to Jack Leaning, 4 to Harry Finch. Just quickly elsewhere in the same group as Nottinghamshire and Kent. Surrey are 128 for 8 at Guildford against Lancashire. Hampshire 136 for 4 against Yorkshire at York, and Durham 151 for 6 against Somerset. That's at South North, they call it, South Northumberland Cricket Club at Gosforth.
It's not one I'm familiar with, Gosforth.
No, I've not been there either, but played there 3 or 4 years, haven't they? Just the odd one-day match. It's going to be Liam Patterson-White, 2 little ducks on his back, number 22. Bowling to Jack Leaning, who stands baseball-like, bat high in the sky, brings it down and drives it back to Liam Patterson-White.
So Notts played a game at a venue I wasn't familiar with either. Outground a week ago.
Welbeck Cricket Club. They've played 2 matches, and also back there on Tuesday to play Lancashire. played there since 2015. Next one's hit into the offside. And they take a single, 182 for 3. They've been playing there since 2015. Played about a dozen different counties there now. Across the years, I'm sure Ken will get a turn. It's I describe it, it doesn't come across well when I use the word, it's a field in the middle of nowhere, but it is essentially a purpose-built sports complex. There's lots of different sporting pitches on the complex, and it's right in the middle of a number of little villages, and that's after the Welbeck Colliery Cricket Club. They had to sell their ground when the colliery closed. Next one is driven up to mid-off to Patterson. He'll field it, but he won't shy at the stumps. One more, 183 for 3. But the club's benefactor built this, or paid and obviously arranged for this sporting complex to be built, and it's in North Nottinghamshire. It's an opportunity for fans in that part of the county to get there. Public transport's a bit of an issue, as the next delivery's helped on down to Longleg, and up until this season Notts had an excellent record there, but they've lost to both Surrey and Middlesex in the last week there, so that's dented their record at Welbeck. But they're back there on Tuesday to play Lancashire in the last match in the group.
Have they played anywhere else recently?
184 for 3. Next ball is driven into the offside. The last couple of years they've played at Grantham, which of course is outside the county. That's in Lincolnshire, but they've not gone back there this year. In fact, the games they played there last year, the entire ground was the colour of the strip here. It's one of those days, the hottest days of the year. This is cut away, and it was like the oval pictures from the 70s. Absolute straw coloured, just parched, not a blade of green grass anywhere. End of the over, 185 for 3 Kent. We're getting towards the business end of this innings. 14 overs to go, with 3 very decent players already back in the hutch, but Kent still do have the ammunition to get up to and beyond 300. And said a moment or two when I joined Fred, they'll be disappointed if they probably don't get 320 from where they were.
Well, the run rate at the moment is 5 exactly, and 13 overs to go. I'm not sure 300's guaranteed on this at all. It seems to have been a while since it's been a boundary, a few 2s and 3s.
There's Lyndon James, and a bowl to Harry Finch, and he just plays it down very far away from actually where he's standing, and it's a race then between keeper Schardendorf and Ben Martindale, who comes in from point to get there first. Schardendorf wins that particular race. We've not had a 6 yet, have we? And it's a big old boundary either side, as we were saying earlier, and if you're asking the sweep of Ben Slater on the offside later, if I'm asking him to describe a catch in front of the apartments on the other side of the ground, he probably wouldn't have a very good view of it, because it must be 200 yards away nearly, as this one's pushed into the offside. Well, not quite as many as that, but certainly 150, 160 yards.
I wonder, this might be the most central of the tracks in the ground, actually, because normally when you're here, there's definitely one side that's better to watch from than the other, whether it's the old Dover Road side or the hospital side. But today we're absolutely smack in the middle. In fact, I'll carry on in a second.
Here is Lyndon James, passed on by Pollard. Bowls, a little push and run up to mid-off. They should be able to get there. They do indeed. Tom Loughton doing the fielding, 186 for 3.
Obviously, for the streaming, if you are watching as well as listening to us, cameras obviously have to move, and today the camera is right in the middle of the members' pavilion, so there's a slightly roped off section there, just to our left, where the fixed camera is.
Here comes James, leaning on strike. This one is run out as far as that man Slater. Now he's got a good arm, and because of that Finch and leaning quickly. Yeah, we're on the same wavelength. We better not do this here. 187 for 3. Tony T's been in touch. At Brace Cricket, Welbeck is a lovely ground, except when the heavy rain comes. It was a dreary day there, waiting for the abandonment against Somerset a couple of years ago. It was indeed. Yes, they've had a couple washed out there. Glamorgan back in that first year of 2015. Lyndon James bowls now to Harry Finch, again preferring to go through the offside for another single. 188 for 3. Mark the Mod, who's on the ground. I must say the retirement flats here, Dave, look decent, but I do prefer the ones at Taunton. Yeah, it's very, very different. They're certainly new since I and Notts were last here in 2013. 10 years since Notts played here.
They are marketed at cricket lovers, I understand. They're when you buy it.
James bowls and he's played on. Little unlucky there, Jack leaning. It moved across his stumps, trying to flick it away down the leg side, and a little unluckily just got a thin enough tickle on it to drag it back onto the stumps, and it does go down as bowled. Lyndon James has got his second wicket, and Jack leaning goes, and as Fred was saying, and Matt before that, just got to be a little careful after that opening partnership of 138 without loss. Just got to make sure that you don't totally lose momentum and player A leaves it for player B and player C and so on. Somebody's got to make a contribution here, and it's not going to be leaning. He's gone for 24. He's played on to Lyndon James, and Kent are now 186 for 4 in the 38th over. Big thank you to Fred for joining us over the last hour. Very much enjoyed his company, and I also enjoy the company of Matt Cole, and that's really good news, because he's going to be back alongside me in just a moment.
There we go. We've done a gentleman's two-step, and I think everyone's safe. Thanks again to Fred. He's way off.
Very much so, yeah.
Unlike us, just doing this one very easy job watching the cricket, he's now going to go off and write some stuff, and do a proper job of work.
Got to wax lyrical, hasn't he? You've got to come up with a theme, really. It's not just about, player A made 42 and was caught at point and all that. You've got to have a bit of a theme running through your match report, haven't you?
It's good to see him. Gally got to talk a bit about the film that he made as well,
yeah.
Which is fascinating stuff. But yeah, absolutely. With Kid, I'm gonna. You see, you've been very gracious as the guest talking about it from a Ken point of view, but I'm going to go for the Notts point of view here. It's from 138 for none. Nothing much looking like it was happening with a wicket. They've done really well to drag themselves back into this, haven't they? 188 for 4, and there is now a hint, if they can keep things tight, that the two relatively new batters in, of course, Jaden Denley, I say he feels new to everybody because he's just 17 and the nephew of the great Joe. Yes, indeed. And made a fantastic debut at the Oval. If you've not heard, Nottingham fans may not have done. Came in last ball of the 50 at the Oval, carved it away for a beautiful 4, and then took a wicket in his first over with his left arm spin. Patterson White bowling to Finch. Just nudges that into the offside, and they'll take a single there. So Sunday wasn't quite as spectacular, but how could it be? But yeah, a young batter may turn out to be an all-rounder. Maybe he considers himself an all-rounder here, but certainly batting at 6, holds a bit of spin, a bit like his uncle, I suppose you might say. Yeah. But left-hander.
Is he fit now, Joe?
He's not quite. No, he's still been travelling with boys. He's had a side strain, I think I'm right in saying, Joe Denley. So yeah, he's had a wretched summer with the injuries. I'm sure he would be back in. As Patterson White bowls to Jaden Denley. That's down the leg side. Yeah, it will be a leg side wide. It hits the pads of the wicket keeper, Schellendorf, and just bundles away. There's 190 for 4 on the board now, but 38.1 overs. Gone, run by Denley, just opens the face. He's a left-hander, so a left-right combination with Finch. Down to third, and that's a single 191 for 4. But yeah, relatively quick wickets falling, so within 10 overs of each other, from 188 for none to 191 for 4 now. 2 for James, 1 for Loughton, 1 for Patterson White, who I think has bowled really, really well,
yeah.
Dave. Has slowed things down mid-innings, and it could be a run out here. Finch goes back. Is he run out? He is indeed. He's set off for a tight run into the onside, and Jaden Denley said, I'm never getting up the far end. And it's Hasib Hamid with the throw coming in, a smart one as well. And I have to say, for a 17-year-old, that's a tricky one, isn't it? It's Finch's call effectively, but Denley's not moving at the the far end. Sorry,
Good catch.
Something's about to disappear out the end. It wasn't pretty, but it was effective, Dave.
Yep.
Stopping paperwork going out of the window there. But yes, everything's gone out the window though for Harry Finch. Tried to remake his ground. Was never going to get there, particularly because a really smart piece of work by Hasim Hamid. And another wicket falls, 191 for 5. Bit of a tumble of wickets here for Kent.
Yeah, very much so. 138 without loss. I mean, again, we'll have to see at the end of the innings how many Kent do end up with, and at the end of the day, if it's enough, may well be more than enough already, you don't know, but from the position they were in, they'll be a little disappointed that they've not been able to put a partnership together. Still may happen with James Baisley swinging his bat around, making big cartwheels with his arms here in the sky as he makes his way out to the middle. Crikey, it looks like a gladiator just about to enter the Colosseum and batter the lion. It's a giant, isn't he, compared to young Denley?
He is indeed. He's a big guy, James Baisley. Yet to reach double figures for Kent in his fledgling career with them. Updating radio listeners here. Well, it was plain sailing, Steve, for much of this Kent innings. 138 for none they won at one stage, with Compton and Bell Drummond 59 and 79 respectively. Even when Bell Drummond went at 144 for 2, no real collywobbles for Kent. You know what's coming, don't you? A collapse. 191 for 5 they are now. Harry Finch has just gone run out after trying to take a short run into the onside. Jaden Denley, 17 years old at the other end, said, I'm not moving. Finch was run out. Just before that, Alex Blake went caught at point by Martindale off Lyndon James, and Leaney was perhaps a little bit unlucky to be bowled around his legs, playing on for 24. So the Spitfires need to rebuild a bit here. They've got 11 and a bit overs to go. We said they were probably targeting 300. That looks like a tall order now, and Nottinghamshire have bowled themselves right back into this game. 191 for 5, the Spitfires then. Commentary continuing by the BBC Sport website and app.
Liam Patterson White bowling to the new arrival, James Baisley. Been terrific, Liam Patterson White. This is his 9th over that he's just about to complete. Now in a little bit of turn. That's certainly beat Baisley. Goes through to Schardendorf, and the end of another very good over. 39 gone here at the Spitfire Ground, and Kent a 191 for 5. Wicket for Patterson White, 1 for Loughton, 2 for Lyndon James, and Hasib Hamid quickly to the ball there, getting it in. I don't know if it's a direct hit or Schardendorf actually whipped a bail off. Didn't really matter. It was a great bit of fielding. 191 for 5.
Yeah, I think in respect to Jaden Denley as well, that he took a pace down the pitch, but I think he pretty surely knew he wasn't going to make it to the far end, and Finch kind of emphasised that, or rather Hamid emphasised it with a great throw. So yeah, that's a run out. Always difficult for the player at the other end, though, isn't it? With any thoughts of, was that my fault? Was that not my fault? But I should just get on with it now. So, overstarting. I tell you what, I'll just call our studio.
As Lyndon James bowls to Denley. Just had to wait a moment there. They're going to come back for 2. They should be able to comfortably get home as Patterson hurls it in, but the initial shot was very close to Martindale, who flung himself to his right at point. He's already pulled off one fantastic catch to get rid of Alex Blake. Really was a good catch there by Martindale. It was off the bowling of Lyndon James. 193 for 5. Notts can let another fielder escape into the wild after this over, as James is in again. Nice looking push by the left-handed Denley out to deep extra, out to Sammy King, who hurls the ball in. 194 for 5. And it will be Baisley to take strike from umpire Pollard. Compton made 59, Daniel Beldrum 79, and put 138 on for that first wicket.
I'd say even at 144 for 2, or 177 for 2, wasn't it, when Blake went?
Next ball is just dropped down onto the onside, no run. And a pretty good day. Well, second part of the day up to this point, Notts. It was all hands on deck early on after their first 2 or 3 overs, when Compton and Beldrum just had a little look at the bowling and then accelerated nicely through that power play. 45 without loss after 10. Next ball on its way now, and Baisley can't get it away. Looking to drive in the V, but he just mistimes it back to the bowler. 194 for 5. Lyndon James lengthening his stride, bowls now, and Baisley's away. Push it out onto the popular side to Ben Slater. Another single, 195 for 5. This is good from Lyndon James and from Notts. Just keeping it fairly tight now. Kent are going to have to go some to get 300, aren't they? There's only 10 overs after this one. Not got 200 yet. So my early predictions about what sort of score Notts were going to be chasing, as usual, appears to be a mile off, as James in again to young Denley, and is that caught or taken on the half volley? That's good stuff from Martindale. A, because of what he actually did, threw himself forward and took the ball, but didn't make a fuss, and there was no well, I'm not sure, what do you think, umpires? Straight away didn't get there, but it was a good stop. 195 for 5, and we're through 2 of the 3 power plays. 10 overs to go, so 5 fielders now can go out into the deep, and that's signalled by umpire Mansour Qureshi to our scorers, Lorne Hart and Anne Cosworth doing the notching today. 195 for 5, 10 left.
I'm doing my milestones at the moment, so through 10 overs in 45, they added another 55 for the loss of no wicket into the 20th over. 30 overs, 150 for 2. They've added just 45 for the loss of 3 wickets between overs 30 and 40. Interesting for Kent. Well, you'll be the judge of that, listener. But Baisley does come in ahead of Stewart, and that's the way they've been doing it. Stewart is has been scoring runs for Kent and is a phenomenal hitter when he gets going, as Baisley plays it into the onside. Baisley a couple of ducks, I think a 7 and a 5 so far, so certainly hasn't lit things up, but is a hard-hitting bowling all-rounder. I'll be hoping he goes well here, but Nottinghamshire, if they get him out, 6 down, or Denley at this point, I'll be thinking they've had a pretty good, as you say, second bit of the afternoon's work. 196 for 5, single taken into the offside.
Other thing as well, they've rattled through their overs today. We're well ahead of schedule here in terms of the 3.5 hours that they're given to bowl 50 overs. We're not yet at 20 to 2. Only 9 overs left after this one. It's because the spinners have been operating as well. They've done really well.
So Patterson White, as Denny goes for a sweep and misses it. Does it come back off his pads or the wicketkeeper's pads? Yeah, off his pads, I think. But no chance of an LBW, but it was an ungainly sweep. It would look great if it had come off the middle of the bat. It's just he has missed it. 196 for 5. Very early in his Kent career, obviously just his 3rd match, and this one, the attempted sweep's gone through the hands of the bowler. He's got no one to blame but himself for that misfield, and Denley perhaps gratefully takes a single there. Again, he was looking to sweep, wasn't he? And had to adjust the shot late. It's come straight back at the bowler on the ground. So Baisley takes his guard to Patterson White, and just hearty blow into the offside, but finds the fielder there. I think Calvin Harrison has been prowling around there. He still is. He's still got all the fingers on his right hand after fielding an absolute scorcher from leaning. We hope he has anyway. Fields that one as well very efficiently. Good placing, good captaincy. Hasiba Megan pat himself on the back, and a good efficient over as well. Just one off it. 197 for 5 the Spitfires.
Yeah, it's finished now. Liam Patterson White, 10 overs, 1 for 32. That was a good effort. His introduction as the 6th bowler used today really did begin to put the brakes on the Kent scoring early on in his spell. He opened the wicket-taking account for Notts today by getting rid of Ben Compton. Caught and bowled. That was 138 for 1. So he's played a significant role in really dragging back Kent from a position of strength. We're going to get a little more Tom Loughton. He's bowled 7 overs, 1 for 33. I'd expect to see Dane Patterson bowl out. He's got 3 left. Lyndon James has got 2 left, but he is going to have 1 more over of spin, because Calvin Harrison 6 overs, Matthew Montgomery 3. So between them, they need to have an extra over. You'd imagine it to be Harrison, but we'll have to see when Hasiba Mead does use up that spare over. So it's going to be Tom Loughton from the Nackington Road end. He'll be bowling to the left-handed Denley, who's on 5. Baisley has 2. Still Grant Stewart to come. Kadri, Gilchrist and Parkinson. Loughton bowls steered to backward point where Ben Martindale is. Alert and quickly in, preventing a run. Thanks to everybody that's followed us today, taking the trouble to get in touch. Very pleasant day down here in the southeast. A long old trek home tonight, you'd imagine. 197 for 5. Next delivery on its way. Cut past the diving Martindale, and this is going to bring up the Kent 200 with a boundary. Nicely played by Jaden Denley. It's a cut backward of square. Martindale at point, dive, couldn't get there. 200 up in the 42nd over. Taking 165 minutes as well. Nicely played. Shot of some authority. Martindale prides himself, I think, on his fielding abilities. Even he couldn't stop that one. Tom Lowton in bowls, and this time will be run out as far as Ben Martindale, son of Duncan, played for Notts, late 80s, early 90s. Middle order batter, Duncan. Very fine player in his own right. Tried quizzing Ben on his dad's achievements, and well, just tumbleweed. Its delivery on its way, and this is again sliced to the right of Martindale down to Patterson.
Got Jayden Denley on that subject together with Joe at the Oval. Joe injured, and he made not exactly a derogatory comment, but he said something like, "The old man's done all right." I think more words to that effect. Accused him of being a little bit sentimental as he handed over Jayden's cap, because
that's nice. Yeah.
Joe said, by his own admission, he had tears to his eyes there, just the wonder of it, and having taken care of babysat for Jayden when he was obviously much younger. But yeah, doesn't look like much phases Jayden Denley, I'd have to say, after that first interview either.
202 for 5. There's Lowton. Bowls to Baisley on his pads. He'll tuck it into the onside, and they're going to take on the arm this time of Sammy King. Not right over the top, would have needed to have been. But Schardendorf still able to gather it and whip a bail off, but by then Baisley was home. So they won't have played in the same side as yet.
Not the same Kent side, no.
No.
I don't know actually. The Kent officer will tell me they may have played in the seconds together earlier in the season. That might be a deep dive into the archives for me, but if someone's listening for the Kent officer, or indeed if you were at that game.
204 for 5, Lowton in once more, bowls to Baisley, and it's just played back to him. And is that the end of the over? It is indeed. So another one is conciled to the record books. Kent 204 for 5. Tom Lowton's had 8 overs, so there'll have to be a change at this end, with Liam Patterson-White having done his day's work with the ball. Maybe a need for him to go out and get a few runs later on, and it is going to be Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner. So Mead, as I was saying, does need to soak up one more over, and if he is just going to give Calvin Harrison one over, then it can be a case of Lowton, James and Patterson bowling out till the end. 204 for 5 after 42.
So the answer to that is yes, actually. They played in the second 11 2020 competition together, most recently, in fact, in May, Jayden and Joe. So yeah, they have taken the field. It feels, and I realised when I said this the other day, it feels a bit village, that's actually a derogatory phrase, but I mean that in the nicest possible way. Is that, different generations of, of families coming out to bat together or whatever. It's just a lovely moment. Yep. So Harrison bowls to Jayden Denley, tries to work this way on the onside, just wraps against the pad, and there's no run. But yeah, it's a lovely moment.
Yeah, they'd like to do it on here, wouldn't they? In a first team match.
Yeah,
it's been nice.
May not be long. 204 for 5. Harrison bowls to Jayden Denley, just sits up a little bit and allows him to just cushion it off his thigh pad and down towards backward square for a single. But once again, you see the deliveries ebbing away for Kent here, and Nottinghamshire will be only too pleased when they see these ones going off the bat of the Kent players. Baisley 4 from 12. Denny's actually going quicker than Baisley at the moment, and dare I say it, that they need to get Grant Stewart in if one of them's not going to score faster than a run of ball at this point. As Oof, it's a swing and a miss, a play and a miss, right down the wrong line, and the proverbial district and the northern lines there for James Bazley. It spun away from him through to the wicketkeeper. Luckily, he wasn't out of his ground because he would have been stumped easily. 205 for 5. Goes for this one. Oh, he's got nothing of that one either, I don't think, unless it's a thick inside edge onto his pads. Umpire says no, it's just hit the pad. He's going to hoik that one, James Bazley, into the beer tent on the onside and missed it entirely. Leg by. Yeah, Harrison tying him up in knots in those deliveries. Denny comes down the pitch and a swing and a miss for him, and that is a stumping. And I think that's about right. They realise they're going to have to get on with it, but at the expense of Jaden Denley there, he has taken 2 steps down the pitch and is stumped by an absolute mile by Schardendorf. Wicket for Harrison, and at this point you can almost hear a pin drop after that wicket fell.
Yeah, it was almost like an act of falling on your sword, wasn't it? He, as Matt was saying, knew it was time to go. He'd had a couple of ambitious attempts to get Harrison away, as had Bazley in this over as well. Not able to get bat on ball. Be interesting to see how knots go with regards to Calvin Harrison here, because as I've said, this is his 7th. Montgomery's had 3, so they don't need to use Calvin Harrison anymore. If he decides that seam is the way forward, he can finish with a couple from Loughton, a couple from James, and a couple from Patterson. But not been able to get a bat on Calvin Harrison in this over. Here comes Grant Stewart, Forza Italia. You've got to be good to play for Italy.
Yeah, well, absolutely right.
Or lucky.
I think that who's gone before him? Gareth Berg, Jade Durdbach, all the greats.
Dave Bracegirdle
Of Italian sport. So you played for that, haven't you? There we go. I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
And, part of the
1992.
the pantheon, can I say?
1992 European Cup.
Fantastic. So how do you qualify?
Well, that's it. We were talking earlier about scratching through family trees and whatever, but it wasn't any of that. And it was residency, that 1992 European Cup. It was you must hold the passport of that country or been resident for 5 years, and I'd been there for 6 years with the RAF.
Fantastic.
I was into my 6th year.
Chance for
Chance
for a return. Are you going to opt back into international cricket?
No,
you're retired now.
No, I've retired from all forms of cricket a long, long time ago. But it's there. I think I played 7 times. Beat Greece. We lost to everybody else.
They must have some pretty outgrounds, I'd imagine, in Italy. Here's Harrison to Stewart, punched back off the back foot, but straight back at the bowler, and that's the end of the over. Harrison has a good look at the ball and hands it back to the umpire. 43 overs gone then, 7 to go, and it's a tricky one. I mean, I'm saying they need to get Stewart on. And I think that's about right if you're going at fewer than a run a ball, but obviously also it's that balance, isn't it, that wickets are starting to run out here for Kent. 206 for 6. They've almost completely run aground, it feels, here, and great accurate bowling from Nottinghamshire, some great fielding as well. You mentioned Martin Dale, his catch to get rid of Blake, and Hamid's run out of Finch as well, so they've done a good job here. And
they have, yeah.
The only thing I would say is it doesn't look that easy when batters have come in and tried to tee off. It's not that kind of pitch. It's not coming onto the bat that quickly, I don't think.
There's Tom Loughton. We do enjoy watching Tom Loughton. Comes in from the far end bowls. This is chipped out almost as a catch for the square leg umpire, but there's nobody there. Way behind him is Sammy King, who gets to the ball and fires it back into Schardendorf. Now then, here is Grant Stewart. Don't expect him to go bang, bang, crash, wallop from the first ball, but he has got a little bit of time here. This is the 44th over. There's Tom Loughton to bowl to him. Long on his back. Oops, this just paddles it away down to Dane Patterson at long leg. Lots have never had a Dane in their side over the years, and now they've got two, Dane Patterson and Dane Schardendorf. 208 for 6.
That's right, made me think of Amjad Khan, but that's a different kind of Dane, isn't it?
Yes, yes, and Ollie Mortensen of Derbyshire. Where was Van Troost? He was Dutch, wasn't he? Andre Van Troost, I think he was, yeah. Somerset quick. Nasty fasty. There's Loughton. In and bowls, and Baisley, the real show of intent there, trying to help that over the leg side and over those luxury apartments. So alarm bells, klaxons are ringing in the ears of Asiba Mead, and straight away changes the field, brings his third man up, that's Liam Patterson-White, and dispatches mid-wicket Calvin Harrison out there to go and fetch it back from those luxury apartments, because if Baisley gets hold of one, that's where it's going to end up. There's Loughton, don't stray onto his pads, Thomas. He's in again, wide of the off-stumper play, and a miss through to Schardendorf.
Yeah, things really aren't working out for James Baisley at the moment, are they? He's not much foot movement there. You can see, as you say, there are some lusty swipes at the ball game, but hasn't connected as yet. I was saying 3 ducks and a 7 and a 5 for Kent so far, as he's joined them for the one-day cup, but hasn't found a ball to his liking.
Baisley has 5. He's on strike now, and he's hit this one up into the air, and it may go for the first 6 of the day, or will it? It's been put down in the deep. When I say in the deep, that's a long, long way away from us. Is that Lyndon James in the far distance? Apologies if it's not. We'll try and clarify in a moment. My binoculars are next door. He's almost in the trees at the far end of the ground. That's a long, long way away from us. It was a difficult one. Make no mistake about that. He was on the run and dived and couldn't hang on.
The question would be, I suppose, if he'd rolled onto the rope, but I think probably he was trying to keep himself inside, which maybe hampered his catching ability as well.
Did they only take one? I think they probably...
Yeah, I think he was... Yes, it was one of those, I think, where he was just watching it to see probably what he thought was his demise. Yeah, just a single, so 3 off the over, 6 to go. The Spitfires 209 for 6. Thought it was a great effort, to be honest. Whatever happened to the ball, he stopped 3 runs the field there.
I think it's Matthew Montgomery now. Might change my verdict on that one. Yeah, Lyndon James at this end of the ground. It's Matthew Montgomery. It was a great effort, it really was, but couldn't hang on. There was deathly silence, because I think they feared initially that it was going to be caught. And then I don't think anybody could believe it had just rolled out from underneath him. It's a while before we could actually see the ball. Calvin Harrison, we've had 44 overs. One board says 209, one says 210. Now they both say 210, they've sorted it out. No, they don't. No, they don't. One says 209, one says 210.
No, yeah. So Harrison to bowl anyway. A telegraph reverse by Baisley, which he may have missed. Has that gone through the wicketkeeper? Yeah. I think it has. Is it a bye? A leg bye? What's it come off, umpire? It's a bye, so he's entirely missed that huge, premeditated reverse. It wasn't a sweep, it was just a reverse, a switch hit, I think, there, but missed it by a mile.
I wasn't touching at the keeper. It's the fact that it didn't bowl him, because he went right across his stumps, and it seemed inconceivable. It wouldn't hit them.
211 for 6, the score was agreed. Again, he's gone for a huge hoik into the onside. Well, we said we'd be connected. We thought it might go into the next county or into the sea, perhaps, from here, but it ended up almost being caught on the boundary, and he's had, again, 2 goes at that. Does Hamid bring himself in as a slip now? No.
Another short third backward point sort of area. There's two of them there, Montgomery and Hamid now.
So should be spinning away from the right-hander. And he's swung across the line of that one. It's hit his pad outside the leg stump, and it's gone off towards what is third man, I suppose, there. So he's missed that one again. So this isn't hurting the Outlaws at all.
No.
Basically just can't lay a glove on this at the moment. Sorry, I should say, he probably could lay a glove on it. He can't over battle it. More importantly, 2-11 for 6.
Again, that was Montgomery doing the fielding. Really sharp bit of work.
Yeah. It's good news indeed for them. Down the leg side, he waits for this one, does Bazley, and take a single into the onside. And just the one, though. He moves on to 7 from 22, does James Bazley here. And Grant Stewart has just faced 3 balls.
Calvin Harrison getting a ticking off from the umpire, and it's an official one, look. He's,
right. It's an official warning for walking on the pitch, then.
Yeah, he's told the not skipper Seba Mead, and Paul Pollard, the umpire, has made a note of it.
Say almost like it's a bit late for all that, isn't it? Because if he's going to do any harm to the pitch, it's going to be more on his own side than it is on Kent's. But rules are rules. Stewart propels it into the onside, single taken. A ball to go over the 45th here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham. On the club stream, 213 for 6. Kent were 138 for none in the 27th over. Not great progress made. Ooh, it's hit basically on the pad. I think it's contact outside that's out the leg stump. So it's a dot ball again. End of the over. Tied them up in knots with that one. Stewart stays at the striking end, which I think is it's good for Kent at the moment, because Bazley is having a torrid time. 7 from 23, and he's probably swung heartily a good 15 of those dot balls. So 213 for 6, Kent.
45 gone, 5 to go. Minute or so before 2 o'clock. To see first delivery of this new over alongside Matt, and then go and speak to the good folk of the Robin Hood County. Going to be Tom Lowton to bowl the 46th over. Stewart with just a couple. Only faced 4 deliveries since arriving in the middle. Bazley has 7. There is Lowton in to bowl, and back to away Stewart. Now he's got hold of that, and that is the first 6 of the day into the crowd by the scoreboard at deep mid wicket. You will have heard the sound of the ball coming off the bat, and that's a fine way to start the over. And that's better from a Kent perspective. 219 for 6.
He really has hit that, Grant Stewart, but at least illustrating what we know he's capable of from a Kent point of view. But he hits the ball a mighty long way. Last season in this competition, he's the first player I've seen reach the Nackington Road end, which is, if you're a Kent fan, you'll know what that takes over the sight screens through the trees. Makes room here. Bouncer. Grant Stewart looks at the umpire and says, is that overhead height? Nothing of it, just a good bouncer from Lowton has followed him down the leg side. So dot ball, but it's a lusty hit from Grant Stewart off the previous delivery. Just staring down the pitch now. Lowton hops, giving a jump as he comes into his run up now. Stewart goes on to 8, makes room again, it's up in the air, he's cleared the infield, Stewart, and that'll be 4 runs, 1 bounce as well. He gets such power with those wrists of his, backing away into the offside. It's gone over the inner circle. You're thinking, why is that again? It's going to plug, is it going to run along the ground? Nothing of it. The distance on it is incredible. He's got 4 to add to his 6, 2-2-3 for 6. Spitfires, a late hurrah there, hoping from Grant Stewart here. And a bit of a conference at the far end between captain and bowler. He's gone trying to go short, trying to chase Lee Stewart down the leg side as he backed away. He holds his ground this time and drives that into the offside on the ground. Single taken. So Baisley back on strike with 2 balls to come at the 46th over here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Nottingham. Updating BBC Radio Kent radio listeners very shortly as well. Here's Lowton, short ball again for Baisley. He tries to hook that away. Ends up coming off a combination of perhaps bottom edge and chest. Just on the ground in front of him. So 7 from 24 from him now. It's been difficult. Just can't time the ball at the moment, James Baisley. See the intent's there. So Lowton in. Final ball, the 46th over to Baisley. Contacts that one up in the air, and that has gone. He's finally has middled one, and that's 6 over long for James Baisley. That'll be a relief for him as much as anything else. 17 off the over, the biggest of the innings for Kent. 11 from Grant Stewart and then 6 from Baisley. And Spitfires 230 for 6, but they're still looking at a way away from par considering where they were. Going at easily 5.5 and over. I suppose it might just be 5.5 and over or 5 and over through the innings at this point. 230 for 6 at the end of 46. Update coming for BBC Radio Kent listeners as Dave Bracegirdle sits alongside me here. .230 for 6. Well, Glenn, they've just had the biggest over of the game, Kent. Having won the toss and elected to bat first, they've taken 17 of Tom Lowton there. 2 lusty 60s, one from Grant Stewart and one from James Baisley. But from where they were, Kent, at 138 for none at one stage, and now 230 for 6 with just 4 overs remaining of their 50. We thought they were odds on earlier in the piece to get to 300 in their innings. Well short of it. Nottinghamshire have struck back into this game really well. Some good tight bowling and some excellent fielding as well. So we wonder if Kent might just be a little bit under par here. Impossible to tell until both sides have batted on this pitch. And it looks slowish, but the batters don't seem to be having any much trouble, certainly early on. We'll see what happens when Nott's back. Kent looking to make what they can from the last 4 overs then of their innings. 230 for 6 here, and that'll be another 6, I think, as you stay with us, Grant Stewart. That is huge. Over long on for 6, a lusty blow, 236 for 6. Commentary does continue, Glenn, via the BBC Sport website and app.
Grant Stewart sporting a good game here.
Well, yeah, yeah, I keep saying he does hit the ball very hard.
Yes.
That sounds, it's a facile thing to say, but
It does.
wrists and big shoulders as well, and steps across his stumps there, has slammed that into his ankle, has he? Not sure. Sorry, it should be your over, shouldn't it, at this point? But yeah, dot ball.
A couple of sides have been bowled out in the other matches today. There's only 4 matches going on, but Surrey 153 all out at Guildford against Lancashire, so Lancashire odds on to win that one. Same group as Notts and Kent. In the other group, Durham 181 all out. That's against Somerset, who are at the bottom of the other group. The other match, Hampshire 233 for 4 in the 43rd over at York. Here, Lyndon James to bowl to the psychopath that is Grant Stewart. He has a swish and a miss, and everybody in Notts Green and Gold breathes a sigh of relief that it goes through to Schardendorf. 236 for 6. Ben Compton made 59, Daniel Belderman 79, Jack Leaning 24, 11s for Blake and Denley and 9 for Finch. But this partnership just starting to gather momentum at a crucial time in the innings. Lyndon James, 2 wickets, bowls, takes the pace off it, it's just chipped up in the air. And Ben Martindale will field down below as 1 more to the total. And that brings James Bazley onto strike. Stewart onto 20, Bazley has 13. 237 for 6. James walks all the way back to the 30-yard discs. Just to wait a moment or two because Bazley had gone walkabout. He's ready now. Here is Lyndon James. Bowls slapped up in the air. I think it's going to fall in the gap, but can I see Bermead get there? Not quite. It's always one of those that you describe as extremely difficult when the fielders take it, and that is because on occasions like that they can't take it. It was always going away from Bermead. It was running out of the 30-yard discs and was always coming over his shoulder. Flung himself forward, couldn't get a hand on it. And they take a couple of runs. 239 for 6 takes Bazley on to 15. It was a slap more than a conventional cricket stroke. Brought him 2 runs. James in again to the slapper. This one's gone up in the air now. Can anybody get there? It will be the bowler if anybody, and Lyndon James does take a caught and bowled. And Bazley goes for 15, and it's 239 for 7. Well done, well called, Lyndon James. Well responded, and very well caught indeed. And Bazley's fun and frolics are over. He made 15. Grant Stewart still there on 20, and he's at the non-striker's end, and that's not so one to keep him. James Bazley, caught and bowled. Lyndon James for 15. 239 for 7 in the 47s.
Yeah, it took him a while to get going properly, didn't it, James Bazley? But as you say, good catch, good call. And Kent 239 for 7 with 3 overs to go. And it doesn't look that easy to tee off from ball 1. Grant Stewart obviously is brutal with his hitting. But the worry for Kent is that they're going to set below or around 5 and over, and they didn't seem to have much problem going at 5 and over early in the piece, and that might be just the thought that it's not much scoreboard pressure in that respect, I would say. Unless Kent bowl very well, it may well be that Nottinghamshire can pace their innings a treat here.
Yes, it was the last ball of the over, so for Notts, the good news is the wicket, the bad news is that it's the end of the over, so Grant Stewart is on strike. Hamidullah Kadri, who's fairly diminutive, stood there alongside the towering Stewart. Gets a proper briefing from Grant Stewart, along the lines of "leave it to me, fella." Dane Patterson is back into the attack. Bowled 7 overs at the start of the day. 2 have now bowled out, Tom Loughton and Liam Patterson-White. 3 overs left, probably Patterson 2 and Lyndon James. There is Patterson.
Bowls to Stewart, has whipped this away in the offside. Will the fielder get round? No, can't get there. It really has hit that again. Hard along the ground. Fantastic timing and power from Grant Stewart, this time in the offside along the ground. The fielder just struggling to make ground on that. It's gone so quickly across the outfield, and it's a long boundary there as well. But Stewart goes on a 24.
Notts, of course, can have 5 out of the ring now. The 4 that are in the ring are all on the offside. Stewart
going at nearly 2 a ball here as Patterson bowls to him. Slower delivery. It's good one as well. Well dealt with by Stewart, who actually takes a single late on there, having blocked it out of the block hole, and just running past the bowler. And I think as it went so slowly, Stewart was able to get a single, and Kadri will face.
Lots won't mind that. Lots won't mind that at all. I won't say he did it deliberately, but they won't mind Grant Stewart walking a single. So what's Mead going to do here with regards to trying to keep Hamidullah Kadri on strike? So one of the four on the offside has gone down to third man, and we've got a mid-wicket in now inside the ring.
As Kadri faces up to this one, it's a drive into the offside, tries to take the single, and then there's a quick no from Grant Stewart, who sees it going to Ben Martindale, who was almost like trotting like a pony there at the, onto the ball, with the thought maybe that he was going to hurl that ball in, but looking very much aware of any run that was going to be taken. 2-4-4 for 7. Dot ball there. Kadri's no mug with the bat, certainly goes at a strike rate of about 80 in this form of cricket, with an average of 20, but he is not Grant Stewart. I think that's fairly obvious to say. Running the fingers over that one, I think, was Patterson, and Kadri can't get it away. Another dot ball. This is great for Nottinghamshire, isn't it?
Yeah.
Every dot at this point, and every ball, as you were saying, they can keep away from Grant Stewart, feels like a win at the moment.
Yeah. It was Abdul Razak, wasn't it? The Pakistan medium fast bowler they call the Prancing Pony. The way he trotted in so elegantly in his approach to the wicket.
Patterson then for Nottinghamshire from the Nackington Road end. Bowls to Kadri. Tries to tee off on that one. He's missed it. It comes through for a single shy at the stumps, and it's a miss. And he's taken the single, but again, Stewart is facing one ball here, and then it's going to be at the wrong end if he hits something big, or is he going to try and nurdle a single here? I wonder, for the end of the over. Doesn't feel like the best use of resources, but easy to say from here. 2:45 for 7.
So what are you doing, Coach Cole? What are you saying to him? Take a single, so you're on strike for the full 6 if you want the next over, or try and smash this into the trees?
I'm going conservative here. Maybe take the single and offer. I don't think that's Grant Stewart's feeling, though. Or maybe it was. Oh, he's out. Yeah, it looked out from here as well. It looked like he did try and just play a low shot away for a single as well, and Patterson has deceived him. Little nip back towards the pads, and pretty much plumb from what we could see. We're not right down the barrel, but close enough. Stewart goes for 25. Combative as always from 15 balls, 2 4s, 2 6. Always great fun watching Grant Stewart bat, but Nottinghamshire will wave him a fond farewell, and they'll be very pleased to see the back of him.
Gonna get a good round of applause. Shan't try and compete with that for a moment or two. Don't often get that sort of applause for just making 25, but it was a hard-hitting, quickly struck 25. But as you said, it was no surprise that umpire Pollard raised the finger for the first time today to give an LBW. It looked every bit as if it might be out, nice and full, and certainly looked to be in front. New man is Nathan Gilchrist making his way to the middle, and that was the end of the over, as we were saying, counting it down. So there's 12 balls left. Good from Notts. If they can get 20, say, from these 2 overs, Kent, I think they'd take that now. That'd be 265. But any more than that, I think Notts will be displeased. Any less than that, I think they'll be delighted. Let's see, 245 for 8. Bowlers hate that, but it was nobody's fault because a bail fell off at Kadri's end as Lyndon James had run in 28 of the 30 yards. We know he runs in from 30 yards because he's setting off from the disc, the 30-yard disc. He's in to bowl to Kadri. Bowls now, slammed away on the leg side, out as far as Ben Slater, who does very well. The ball just spun away from him there, and he had to get into a position twice to do the fielding, prevent it going over the ropes, and that's the applause, or maybe the applause is just for the hard running, I'm not sure. Predominantly Kent supporters here, as you'd understand, but it was a good bit of work from Ben Slater on the fence. 247 for 8, so Cadry's on to 3. Lyndon James to bowl to him, nice and full now. This is up in the air, and this will be a catching opportunity for Sammy King, who's underneath it, and he's got hands like buckets, and he catches that one, and Cadry has to go. And it's 247 for 9, and Lyndon James has got his 4th wicket for Notts Outlaws today. Good catch from Sammy King. He'll feel he's been part of this fielding performance, and he has. He's done very well out there, but gets his first catch. 247 for 9. Cadry, Cook, King, Bowl, James for 3.
Yeah, from a lot of promise. Kent at this point with 10 deliveries available to them, and Matt Parkinson coming in next. We'll look at 247 for 9 and perhaps think what could have been. It hasn't worked out. A stodgy mid-innings for them, but Nottingham just kept their task. It would have been easy to lose your morale, wouldn't it, with numbers going on the board,
yeah.
But calm heads out there for the Outlaws.
There's Lancashire's Matt Parkinson coming out as number 11. On loan, of course, here. He's on the move in the winter, so too is his twin brother. He's going from Leicestershire to Durham. Two sets of twins currently, aren't they, of course, on the county scene, on the domestic scene, with the Overtons, the others. So Lyndon James with 4 wickets. It's a pretty good day. Here he comes to see if he can get his second 5-fer, and this is just fenced off his nose by Matt Parkinson, and he'll get a single. Brings Nathan Gilchrist down to show us what he can do with bat in hand. 248 for 9, 10 balls left.
5 for 48 his best, or just
Yeah, it was against Warwickshire in fact it was the first game in 2021, so it's sort of the first game since the competition's been as it is in the last 3 seasons, with all the players away for the 100. Here he comes in and bowls, and Gilchrist will get just a single down to third man in front of the giant scoreboard.
So he's got 4 for 42 so far if he's looking to compete with himself there. He's got 2 deliveries to...
I'm sorry, and what was his best? Has he got his figures?
46? 48.
5
so
for
yeah,
48.
so he's got 4 for 42 at the moment. So by and large, if he takes another wicket, he probably will. At least equal it.
Parkinson on strike. Balls to him now, and this one jags back, and they're going to take a leg by. That's not going to damage his figures, and that's the 250 up for Kent. Could have a good game of cricket on here. I was, to be honest, was expecting Kent after that start to go a long way towards batting Notts out of the game on a lovely day with all those hitters to come once the openers had put a century on in pretty decent time. Thought it was going to be a huge challenge for Notts, but they've wrestled it back nicely. Here is Lyndon James, bowls now, and Gilchrist rolls his wrist to point. I thought Liam Patterson-White would have had a go there, but he doesn't. Hangs on to the ball, probably wisest, and it is the end of Lyndon James. Won't get his 5 for today, but another very good performance with the ball from Lyndon. He's had a good Royal London. No, he hasn't. He's had a good Metrobank one-day cup competition. He's had a 70-odd and an 80-odd with the bat. Still an opportunity today, and no doubt on Tuesday as well to maybe go on and get his first one-day century, but he's got 4 wickets today. 251 for 9 with 1 over left.
So it's punch the gloves between the two remaining batters for Kent, and Gilchrist will face. That's on the end of an unpleasant record a couple of seasons ago when he got 5 consecutive ducks in the county championship, but he is a better batsman than that.
It's taken quite a while actually to bowl these last 10 overs. I remember
Hasn't it?
saying
You're
at
right.
20
Yeah.
to 2, there's only 10 overs left.
As Patterson bowls to Gilchrist, lifts that into the onside. That'll do. Actually, a little bit of late roll of the wrists, inadvertent or otherwise, gets him a 2. They will come back for 2. Yeah, and actually drops into mid-wicket area for Nathan Gilchrist. Not quite middled, but middled enough. 253 for 9.
This was probably expecting it to be done round about 10 past 2, but we've had a lot of wickets. We've had a few 6s and 4s where the ball has had to be retrieved. But not nicely in time.
Slow and wailing to our right once again as Patterson bowls to Gilchrist. Full near his toes. He manages to dig that one out. They've got 1. Thought about a second. Would have been a cheeky one, but bowler's running after his own delivery, or the result of it. Takes it on the onside and run. Single run, rather. 254 for 9. Settling here. It's not been tumultuous from the crowd. I think, perhaps like most of us, they were thinking this would be a big score from Kent, and it's looking much more modest now. But fascinating to see what Notts make of it when they get to bat as well.
I haven't had a close game. Either of the 2 that Notts won or the 3 they've lost have been absolute hammerings.
It's Patterson to Parkinson, follows him on the leg side, but that is a wide, so leg sidey enough, says the umpire, because Parkinson was certainly trying to hook that away for something, for 4 at least.
I'll just go back on that, of course, because the Surrey game, Tom Loughton at the crease needed 4 off the last ball to win, and he danced down, missed it and was stumped. Yeah, so that was down to the wire, but Notts were in a position really where they should have won that long before the last over, but didn't.
Yeah, Kent only had one close one so far, that on their opening day at Scarborough against Yorkshire, when the rain kept intervening and they were on and off, and Patterson now bowling to Parkinson, leaves that into long on. They'll come back for 2, well, they know they're just going to take the single, but that was one of those where the two sides, well, supporters of the two sides would have been going at any given opportunity after about 6 o'clock. Stay off the pitch, that's good for us. No, stay on, whatever. So, you know, those go as the players come on and off with a Duckworth-Lewis fluctuating. It was so close.
Yeah.
But, Kent got the better of it.
Of course, there's an overseas trip for Kent and their supporters next week.
As they go to the Isle of Wight, indeed, to New Close. Yeah, looks delightful, that ground.
Yeah,
Again, full length from Patterson and driven into the offside. Single taken.
Yeah, Notts had a county championship game there in 2019. It's a lovely ground, banking all the way around, so the spectators can get on with the deck chairs, and really enjoyed it. Apart from the cricket, Notts got hammered in 3 days, but it's a lovely place to visit. Never been to the Isle of Wight before. Had a lovely time.
Yeah, Ben's got the ferry booked for that one next week. Had a bit of a tour of the seaside, Scarborough, Blackpool, New Close. As Patterson bowls to Parkinson. Delivery to come after this one. He makes a single into the offside. Kent 258 for 9. Parkinson has 3, Gilchrist has 6.
Yeah, they've had a decent last over, really, as well as you can probably expect. 7 from the over so far. 1 ball left. There wasn't wide, so it's a 7-ball over. But when you're down to numbers 10 and 11, you're just happy just to accumulate whatever you can. This is going to be it then.
Yeah, final delivery of the Spitfires innings, bowled by Patterson. It's a full toss as well, and it's a swipe by, or a swing by Gilchrist. He's asking, is it above waist high? The umpire says no. It goes into the offside, and they come through for 1. I thought they were already on 259. No, I beg your pardon. 259.49. So that's an easy equation, isn't it? So Nottinghamshire will need 260 to win when they reconvene in about half an hour. The tail of the tape for the two sides. A big opening partnership for Kent. They're 138 for none at one point in the 27th over. Compton 59, Drummond 79. Great fight back in the mid-innings and towards the end by the Nottinghamshire bowlers and fielders as well. James finishes with 4 for 44 for the Outlaws. 260 to win then. Dave Bracegirdle, jury's out for me on that one.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know, because we've had so many indifferent batting performances from Notts in this competition. Lyndon James with an 82 at Leicester, the highest score, so nobody's really put a huge substantial score on the board. A Seba Mead, England player in the not too distant past, his top score in this competition this season is 15. Surely sooner or later he's going to get some runs, but I just have a sneaking feeling that we've been talking about these close finishes. It might be one of those today, and Notts might just surprise us after 3 defeats in a row and come close to challenging this 260. It's not going to be easy. We're watching the ground staff out there. There's large clouds of dust being brushed up into the sky. A little bit of breeze out there as well, but very much enjoyed the fight back from Notts. Very much enjoyed seeing some big blows towards the end as well. It doesn't matter who you are or what your side is, it is nice to see some really big hits, and Grant Stewart and to a lesser extent James Baisley late on went after the runs. Nicely battered from Daniel Drummond, top scoring with 79, and Ben Compton 59 against his old county. 259 for 9. We've got a game of cricket on. Come back and join us when the Kent run chase begins in, I beg your pardon, the Notts Outlaws run chase begins in about half an hour.
Good afternoon, once again, from the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Kent Spitfires against the Nottinghamshire Outlaws here at Canterbury. 260 Outlaws need to win this game. Kent made 259 for 9, 59 from Ben Compton, 79 from Daniel Bell Drummond, 138 run opening partnership, and then things got very stodgy thanks to some very good Nottinghamshire bowling and fielding. And told by the sages in the press room, Kent at one point went a full 10 overs without hitting a boundary. That might give you an idea of the nature of this pitch. A bit slower, perhaps a little bit sticky as well. So how difficult though the Outlaws find it? Early on, Kent looked like they were going pretty well at 5.5 and over. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Dave Bracegirdle. We've been joined by Ben Watts as well. He'll be in the rotation, in the bullpen, coming off the bench. I don't know what it is for all of you, but welcome wherever you're listening. Great to hear from you. Do get in touch if you have the inclination. Grant Stewart is about to bowl the first ball of the Nottinghamshire reply, and defended by Ben Slater into the offside. Alex Blakefield, single slip in for Kent to start, and that's Jack leaning alongside keeper Harry Finch.
Yes, two left-handed bends opening for Notts, as they have done every day, every match in this competition. Slater started with 79 against Essex. Since then, 4-1, 32 and 25. Martindale also started with a half-century, then 26, 28, 15 and 11 for him. So Martindale's reached double figures in every game.
Stewart to Slater. That's solidly behind that one. Alex Blakefield's once again in the offside. No need to change the commentary for that one. Talk about repeats on the BBC. I'm sure I'll get through that line 20, 30 times this season. I do apologise in
Which line?
advance.
Say again.
Talk about repeats on the BBC, I was saying. It was the same shot, same fielder. Not on that occasion, that our fault, but...
Say it again.
Oh, man. I walked straight into that. I apologise. Here comes Stewart. Should see the glint in your eye, Dave. Stewart defended off the middle stump.
We're refreshed.
Well, yes.
Actually, it's not very fresh out there. It's blooming warm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been warm. There's a bit of a breeze around the back of the ground in the shade, but certainly, as if not stating the bleeding obvious, in the sun it's pretty warm. But it is August, isn't it? So perhaps just warming up here at Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. This is deflected away nicely by Slater. That might go for 4. Yeah, indeed. It's going to beat Jaden Denley's run out square on the offside. And he's just sort of offered the bat to that. He's timed it beautifully and has guided it out through point. 4 runs, 4 for none Notts.
As you reminded me in the interval, and I'd forgotten, you weren't even there and I'd forgotten, Slater did well against Kent in the recent championship game. A century in the first innings, 87 in the second. It'll be a vastly different attack here. Well, everybody that will bowl. Jack Leaning maybe Leaning turned his arm over at Trembridge, he might have a go, but none of the others played.
Yeah, be Leaning Denley to bowl spin as well. That one's cut away, and that looks like it's going to be 4 more, as it is indeed. That has raced the boundary as well. Stewart takes a look at the bowler, but I think more at the batter, more or less in frustration than anything else, because he's just angled that away behind square. No chance for Jaden Denley to get to it. He's not that far around the boundary from it, but it's steamed away there. 8 for none, consecutive 4s off the opening bowler. That's not going to please his captain tremendously, but good start from Slater.
No, he's one of those. He's not too flashy, Ben Slater, but when he does put bat to ball, he hits it hard and will get his percentage of boundaries.
So Stewart to conclude this first over. 8 off it already, and that's tucked into the onside for at least a single. They're going to come back for 2. No, they'll keep it at that. So Ben Slater's foot has faced the first 6 deliveries for 8 runs, 2 4s at the end of that over, and he'll face the first delivery at least of the second over as well.
Yeah, well, Notts are ahead. We can say that because it took Kent at the end of the 4th over there. They were 8 without loss, and 9 from the first for Notts. It's not the most demanding of run rates. They've just got to go along at about 5.5 and over throughout the entirety of the innings. But you know, if you have like Kent did, just a steady opening partnership, just put some runs on the board, preserve your wickets in the initial power play, and see where it takes you. Looks very much. What are we going to have? A bit of spin here.
Yeah, Jack leaning from the far end. Indeed so. Yeah, I did this. Done this a couple of times, Ken.
So Captain leaning with his right arm off spin. The Yorkie going to bowl to Ben Slater. So he may well have bowled to him at Trembridge. High chance that he did, with Slater piling on the runs in both innings in that championship match. Leading bowls, Ben Slater will chop this away, so he goes to double figures, and after 7 balls as a non-striker with a watching brief, Ben Martindale is down onto strike. Left-hander, 20 years of age, son of Duncan, the former Notts middle order player. Half century in the first match. This one just turns away from him, goes through to Harry Finch. That was nice from Jack Leaning, just gave it plenty of air, the opportunity to grip and bite and turn, and Martindale just had a little look without doing anything too rash. Slip in. Kent attacking, they need wickets, and this one's chipped up into the offside. I don't think it was played into the ground, but was played into the gap, most importantly, and Martindale's away.
Maybe the 2 lefties that's brought Jack Leaning straight into the attack, trying to spin away with the his natural off spin, but he bowled 10. They front-loaded spin at the Oval on a warm pitch against Surrey, and he bowled 10 first up, basically bowled out Jack Leaning.
James Baisley's just been put into that cover position where that one went, and if he'd stayed where he was, he'd have been able to cut this out, because it's been pushed behind point by Slater for a single. So Ben Slater onto 11. Martindale has 1. Here comes Jack Leaning, bowls reverse, and it's gone for 4. That was nicely executed by Martindale. We won't have seen a lot of him. Seen a little bit of him now. Can play that nicely, and he's got it away for 4. And it's just time to go and do a quick update.
Lovely shot as well. A good start from Nottinghamshire in the power play here. 16 for none, on top of the required rate, dare I say it. But very early in the innings. Obviously, welcome wherever you're listening. Do get in touch with us. We'd love to hear from you. kentcricket@gmail.com if you fancy sending an email today. And this one was played late by Martindale, but there were some moans and groans from the Kent fielding unit there, hoping to get a wicket. Not going to happen. 16 for none then, 11 Slater, 5 Martindale. So yeah, if you want to drop us an email. Colin from Gravesend talking about the cameras, I think, at the far end were making some people seasick, I think, on the... is there any reason why the live stream camera seems only to focus on the wicket, while at other grounds the camera is able to scan across the whole playing area? I think you're right. It's a fixed camera, Colin. That would make sense. But Stewart to Slater drops it into the offside, and there is a single run pass. I'd have to say once again, at the risk of boring everybody senseless, we're not in charge of the pictures here, so not quite sure what the arrangements are made in terms of how the cameras sweep, etc., etc. We concentrate very much on what we're watching and commentating for the BBC stream as well as for the live pictures. So yeah, maybe one to ask the club there, but yeah, don't know. Honestly, don't know what the difference is between different camera setups. The technology baffles me, frankly. Here's Stewart to Martindale, who's on 5, playing a miss. First one, Stewart's got to just nibble away from the left-hander. Dot ball, and that'll be a little bit of encouragement and a palpable ooh, an audible ooh from some of those Kent supporters. As Dave Bracegirdle was saying before the break, action elsewhere. Lancashire are eating up the runs against Surrey at Guildford. This next ball is driven gently into the onside. There's no runners, offside rather, as Blakefields, Surrey bowled out for 153 and Lancashire 92 for none in the 12th over. That'll be a big swing for their net run rate. Kent is pretty poor in this one, courtesy of a couple of thrashings. Updating BBC Radio Kent radio listeners now. Well, 259 for 9 Kent finished on in their innings, so just above 5 and over from their 50 as this one beats the mat from Grant Stewart. Good delivery from the Kent Spitfire there. 59 for Ben Compton and Daniel Bell-Drummond making 79. They made 138 for the first wicket, so by dint of that you'll tell that the rest of the batting lineup didn't make very many, and in fact Nottinghamshire bowled themselves right back into this match after that opening partnership had been broken with 4 wickets for Lyndon James. So Nottinghamshire actually making a really good fist of the reply here. 17 for none in the 3rd over, so above the required rate. We are in the power play, so a restriction on how many Kent fielders can be out on the boundary. Looks like a pretty slow sticky pitch here, so it might be a difficult chase, but we'll see. Hoping Kent can bowl Nottinghamshire out for a victory here. The Outlaws hoping exactly the opposite. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app. And, 1 ball to come from Grant Stewart. He's passed the bat a couple of times in this over after an inauspicious first 6 deliveries, and that one has been cut away though. Jaden Denley will field it backward a square just in front of the Les Ames stand that he's too young to drink in. 18 for none. I don't know why I brought that up, to be honest. 12 for Slater, 6 for Martindale. Just the rawness of youth, Dave Bracegirdle.
The rawness of youth and Dave Bracegirdle have never been used in the same sentence before. It's a swelterer out there, and for reasons best known only to himself, Daniel Bell-Drummond has just asked for a sweater to be brought out for him, so he's got the layers on, the lad out there. Might be chilly down at ground level, I don't think so. But
came out of the press room. There was a brisk breeze at the top of the fire escape, but I'm not quite sure.
I didn't find it. Leaning's bowling to Martindale. I think they could have taken a single there. It just seemed as if everybody went through the motions and they waited for Daniel Bell-Drummond to come in from a deepish mid onto field. But I'm sure there was a single there to be had, but not taken nonetheless. Martindale pushes Leaning to short extra cover here, and there's no run. So Notts 18 on the board. Different sort of approach from Kent then, opening with spin. Leaning bowls and Martindale will drive into and through the offside, and I think that'll go. Will indeed. No protection out there. It's one of the things, if you're going to bring the fielders in tight and try and apply a little bit of pressure, you're only allowed, of course, 2 outside the ring, and there's nobody there on the offside sweeping, so Martindale punctured that inner ring, gets himself a boundary, and he's on to 10, and it's 22 without loss. The 4th over here, BBC Kent Sport, BBC Radio Nottingham Online. Leaning again to Ben Martindale, squared him up a little bit, and this is pushed out. Presume is that Denley in there close?
Denley's nose on the boundary, so looks like Compton to me. The shortish cover.
Well, if I can pick any of them, you'd think it'd be Ben Compton, wouldn't you, as this is drilled to mid-off. It is indeed number 2, Ben Compton. Just looked bent over there in a catching position if he was one of the shorter members of the Kent unit today, but now it is Ben Compton. Next delivery sent down and nicely manipulated into the gap on the leg side by Martindale. Very good from him. 23 without loss. Notts after just 4 overs here, so decent enough start. Slater's got 12, Martindale's got 11. Took Kent until the 8th over to get 23 on the board. Doesn't matter. when you get there, it's all about that victory target, 260. The course has been plotted. Can they complete their journey and break a sequence of 3 consecutive defeats?
Jack Leaning trying the channel Sunil Narayan, the end of holding the delivery behind his back, or his grip behind his back on that last delivery. The ball just nudged up to Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-on, and there's no run. He's got the jumper on, he's got a cap on as well. He's pointing at the skies. He's all animation at the moment. Oh, he's miming eating something as well, Daniel Bell Drummond. I think that's as animated as we've seen Daniel in the field for some time now. He's usually very stoic, but no, not quite sure what he's doing there. There's a good deal of mime going out to his fielding partner on the boundary there. Here's Stewart to Martindale. Defends that, and there's no run. I was just quickly looking at the other games. There's 2 in this group. I was talking about them before, and Lancashire absolutely cruising to victory at the moment. 154 they need. They are 97 for none in the 14th over. Make that 101 for none against Surrey.
I don't think that's good.
No, it's no. I mean, Lancashire and Yorkshire are both chasing Kent and Nottinghamshire in the table as it stands. The ball into the offside. Martindale's optimistic about a single. Ben Slater puts a damper on that and sends him back as Alex Blake hones in on the ball. So probably a good idea to send him back. Hampshire, meanwhile, group leaders against Yorkshire. This might be better for Kent and Nottinghamshire. 3-11 for 6 from their 50 at York. In the same group, and Somerset are eating up the runs against Durham as well. 78 for 1 they are in the 13th, needing 182 to win. So 4 games in this competition. Alive right now. Ooh, that's worked away by Martindale. Looked a little bit bottom edgy. I think that's gone a little bit finer than he thought, because it's gone past the diving hand of Slip, but it's on the ground and it's worked. That's 4 runs, 27 for none. Hasn't improved Grant Stewart's mood much, though, I have to say. He's a genial man, mostly with a smile on his face. There was a distinct grimace as that one went away. 23 for none. Unsurprisingly. So a bit of a recovery in his second over. 27 for none in the 5th. Going well for Nottinghamshire so far. Stewart once more. Martindale drives that. Doesn't quite get all of it. It's out towards Jayden Denley at backward point. Fizzing throw comes in. Single to the total. 28 for none.
Yeah, so far, so good for the Outlaws.
Haven't seen any convincing looking wicket taking deliveries or potential at the moment. A couple of beaten the bat from Stewart outside the off stump. Leaning got one to turn as well, but Slater defends that one. It's coming up towards his midriff. Decent delivery, well dealt with. End of the over, 28 for none. The Outlaws needing 260 in total to win. 232 more then. I'm stuttering through this score update. 28 for none is what I'm trying to say. 5 overs gone.
Absolutely spot on. Wonder how long Jack Leaning will keep going. We don't know how long it'll be, but he's certainly going to get a 3rd over. The captain's already handed over his personal belongings to umpire Paul Pollard from the Nackington Road end. Then he'll be bowling with Alex Blake in at slip. Leaning bowls, and Martindale with a bit of an ugly drag onto the leg side. Can't get a run. Fielded by Daniel Bell Drummond and his several layers. Decent tumbling stop, no run. Leaning in again to Martindale. This time he's worked it through mid-wicket. Out to Denley. Left arm throw on the bounce in. Umpires don't like that, don't they? Don't bounce it in. Tell the skippers at the toss.
Well, certainly not in the with the red ball. They don't want them scuffing it up for reverse swing, do they? So
it was said today as well.
Was it
today?
In the a brief before they started, yeah.
29 for one, more noise outside the ground. Impossible to see how much turn there was there as it goes through to wicket-keeper Finch. We're looking right behind the wicket-keeper, looking right down the line. Leaning in again. Slater plays this one nicely with more conviction into the offside for a single, 30 without loss. So just chalking off these overs at the moment. Let's see if we can get through the power play together. They'll be saying, of course, experienced Slater in his 30s, the young whippersnapper Martindale, 11 years his junior. Seems to be a bit of a thing, left-handed openers called Ben, doesn't it? There's 3 playing in this game. Ben Duckett as well. Nice looking shot into the offside. There'll be second here as Martindale pushes hard and comes back. Good purposeful running. They're taking what's on offer. Martindale 19, Slater 13.
Yeah, Jack Leaning once again hiding the ball behind his back before he delivers it. I'm not sure it had the required effect. It seemed to surprise anybody on that one.
I don't know how many varieties Jack Leaning's got. I don't think it is something that particularly concerns the batters around the county circuit, how many varieties Jack Leaning's got as he comes in again and bowls. Tidy enough performer throughout his career. This is played to mid-on by Martindale, but fielded by Bell Drummond, and Ben Martindale is clutching the back of his right thigh as if something structurally gave way on him. He's gone down, he's having a natter to Ben Slater. Just keep half an eye on that. Just be to hobble out of playing a shot, and he's holding his he's right at the top of his right thigh there. He's okay. He's okay. Young man made of elastic. 32 without loss after 6.
Just a note on the sirens, by the way, for listeners that listened to us at Canterbury before. We are by the Kent and Canterbury Hospital, just to our right, the ground here. So it's not like we are in Compton, I should say. Here's going back to one of our earlier subjects, is Stewart bowls to Slater. Just pats that into the onside. Ben Compton fields. Crikey, getting himself in a muddle there. So dot ball to start.
What did I see today, this morning? Today is National Black Cat Day.
Yes, yeah, of course.
I don't know if that's anything to do with Sunderland Football Club or for owners of black cats, but today is National Black Cat Day. I mean, what a load of nonsense.
Is Stewart bowling deflecting the offside? I don't know if it was created for, but it certainly is has been taken on by animal adoption centres, because
know about this.
Black cats and black dogs. I don't know if they invented it. I don't know if it's like, certain car companies with Valentine's Day or whatever. But because black cats and dogs are the last to get rehomed, apparently it's much harder for some reason. I'm told they're not as good as Stewart bowls. I'm going to leave that. ... They're not as good. They are as good. As it's turned down to fine leg against Darren. If you're on the Instagram or other popular social media sites,
I'm not.
They don't take as good photos, black animals. So, which I think is a very sad way of choosing your pet.
It is.
I want one personally. I want the one with the wettest nose and the waggiest tails. But yeah, that doesn't really work for cats so well, though, does it? No.
Not a dog fan.
So, crikey, we're going to get into a sensitive area here. Get your emails in now. Are you a cat or dog person? This one's stranded in the ground up towards wide, mid, off. It's Paisley sidearms that they get through for a single. Well taken. Good cricket all round there, actually. 34 for none. But yes, so I don't know if it was invented by the pet adoption charities, but certainly they say, look at this beautiful black moggy, look at this beautiful black dog. There's nothing wrong with them. Come and get them.
I don't know what the connection with 18th of August is, though, but there we are.
No.
That's what it is.
I've probably made far too much of it myself. Here's Stewart bowling to Slater. Sees it off the middle stump into the offside, and there's no run.
I certainly wasn't expecting to spout such nonsense as did today is National Black Cat Day, and then have
What, get any sort of response?
Yeah.
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 I mean, if it's
Bravo,
trivial,
Matt. Bravo.
I was going to say if it's trivial, more than likely, if it's got anything to do with any brain power, you'll get nothing from me. Nothing like it. 34 for none.
Now, are they supposed to be lucky if they cross your path, or unlucky?
I think lucky. Oh crikey, it's one of the two. Here's here's Stewart into the onside. He said, obviously, 35 for none at the end of the 7th over. Well, that makes the mathematics very easy, and they're around about the required rate. They're hovering there, don't need much more than that, Nottinghamshire, than they've done in these first 5 overs, and they've no wickets down so far. Slater 15 from 16, Martindale 20 from 26.
Thank you, Rachel Riley. Spot on. We're going to get a change? No, we're not. We're going to get some more. Jack leaning.
What's he gone for? They've stopped putting the analysis up on the board here.
Yeah.
They've decided it's more important that we know how many overs the bowls are bowled, which is quite possible.
It pops up occasionally. We'll just have to be aware of when it comes. Don't think Notts are minding too much. Jack leaning's bowling to them.
Yeah, none for 16 from 3 so far.
Keep him on. Here he comes. Passed on by Pollard and Big Mo from Ben Slater, the Chesterfield churner. Gets nothing on it. Goes through to Harry Finch. He was with Sussex, wasn't he, Harry Finch?
He was indeed, yeah. Yeah. His path to Kent and back into first-class cricket's been a torturous one, but he's taken the opportunity. Very well indeed.
Glove man goes down now, and this is driven into the offside by Slater, just ambles down to the other end. Martindale does the same coming in this direction. I was a little confused this morning, popped the old BBC breakfast on, and then they go and
it has
now from the news.
Sorry.
Now for the news from your area. And
oh yeah.
It came BBC South East. And yeah, that's all fine and dandy, the local news and whatever. Next ball is cut away into the offside, no run. And now let's see what's on the radio today. Over to Hannah at BBC Sussex, or whoever
there
it was.
Go. Yeah.
So
Alison Ferns, maybe.
Yes, that'll do. Over to Alison at BBC Sussex. And I thought, I don't think I'm in Sussex. Next ball is chopped to backward point, and there's no run, but of course the great and the good from BBC Radio Kent are here today inside the Spitfire Ground. So
well, that's true, but they get their turn at another one of those junctions. You see,
do they?
Yeah, absolutely. So our mid-morning presenter will be on. I think Steve Ladner would have been on doing his talk up maybe in the next hour. I think so. Yeah,
that's nice. Leaning bowls and a little push and run again from Slater. And they're keeping the board moving. They're not getting bogged down. There's not been a succession of dot balls at all here. They're just rotating the strike nicely. If you only need 5 and over throughout the innings, if you can just take what's on offer in these early stages. Just providing the platform as Kent did earlier on. This is going to be a good game, folks. Stick with us here on BBC Kent Sport, BBC Radio Nottingham Online. We're through 8 overs now. 38 with Outlaws Kent, who won the toss at 10:30 this morning. It was a swelter, or a swelterer, or a sweltering day round about then, and has been for most of the day when Steve Mead called incorrectly. Whenever he has called correctly, he's opted to chase. So it's turned out nice for him anyway. He's able to do what he wanted to do. Only it was Jack Leaning who made the decision today. Got a bowling change at this end.
Indeed so. James Baisley will start from the pavilion end, replacing Grant Stewart. He's got through 4. Leading has done as well. They've bowled the first 8 here. Yeah, they keep that BBC balance between Kent and Sussex. So one presenter on, I think, at each break at maybe 7:30 and 8:30. the fermenting civil war between Kent and Sussex. They're just trying to keep things on an even keel if they possibly can. They don't want to spark anything from the good patrons of Horsham or Tunbridge Wells, those centres of dissent and
see this
rebellion.
idiot from the Midlands. I would
39 for none.
I would have paired you with Essex because I thought Sussex were with Hampshire. I thought your big rivalry in everything was Essex.
Well, it
and
is,
Sussex
I
and
think, for
Hampshire.
supporters, absolutely. But in terms of physical closeness, I
Right.
suppose, for the two radio stations, it's Kent and Sussex. So,
Mm.
but I see what you mean. Yes, in terms of the natives are revolting. Oh, that squared the batter up, Martindale, and that has just skewed away. It's beaten Jack Leaning at point. He made a game effort at it, but that definitely squared the batter up. The leading edge out into the offside, and there is no runner. He took a single off Martindale's bat there. Interesting.
Knew I'd got a day off yesterday, having got here the night before from Radlett, and I'm sort of weighing up my options and having a little look at the map and wondering what I would do with my time.
It's Paisley bowls to Slater now. Drops out into the offside. He was asking for the run there and looked askance, I think, at Martindale as he sent him back.
Yeah,
But there we are.
there we are.
He's still chatting Ben Slater to his batting partner there, but Martindale said assuredly not.
Yeah, the map told me that Margate was only about 15 miles away. I thought, well, I've never been to Margate, I'll do that. And then the weekend, or last Monday or whenever it was, there was one of those, was it Susan Cadman, her name, goes around the seaside resorts, and she went to Margate. And